Welcome, everyone, to the 419th regular meeting of the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission. That's a rather amazing number, isn't it? 419, wow. All right, so we're having this meeting both today, April 6th, and on the 7th. We're getting underway just after noon. And I just want to welcome everybody for choosing to spend some of their very valuable time with us and the work we do here with the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. As I always do, I take a moment at the beginning of our meeting to remember why it is that we're here and we do this work with the department, and why DEQ is working on the things that they are. And it's because the Department of Environmental Quality's mission is to be a leader in restoring, maintaining, and enhancing the quality of Oregon's air, land, and water. So we're going to do our best to support that mission here over the next couple of days with a variety of agenda items that have been shared in advance. As we begin, let's also show that all commissioners are present. And with that, we will review our meeting agenda. Commissioners and director, this looks like the rundown we were presented with. We do on occasion reserve the right to maybe do minor adjustments to our agenda, but we always try to keep the public input sessions at the posted time. Do we see any other needs at this time to amend our agenda? All right, hearing none, we will proceed with our adopted agenda. Our first action item is to review and act upon our previous meeting minutes. Those two have been provided in advance. Has anybody noted any need to make amendments to the minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
This is Commissioner Kyle, so moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we require any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstentions? Vice Chair Brasso, I didn't hear your vote. Do you mind repeating?
I was an aye.
Excellent. The motion passes. Thank you. Our minutes are approved. All right, our first informational discussion item today is for us, commissioner reports and liaison roles. So is there anyone who would like to start us off?
This is Commissioner Kyle. I'm happy to start us off.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please do.
So as people know, I sit as the chair on the Internal Audit Committee. We've had several meetings and are kind of actually wrapping up about the first year's worth of efforts in that regard. And I just wanted to report out that it's going to be very useful information for the entire commission to know. And I think the easiest way to get that information to the commission is through the director Whitman and through his director's report. So Richard, I'm not sure if that is on the agenda here for today or if that will be in the future meetings.
Thank you, Chair George. Commissioner Kyle, for the record, Richard Whitman, Director, Oregon DEQ. Yes, so first of all, Commissioner Kyle, thank you for your service serving as the chair of the Internal Audit Committee. This is a function that the legislature funded and resourced here a couple of years ago. Valerie Wickland is our internal auditor. Lisa Sumption, I'll note, who's the director of the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, also in a former auditor herself, also sits on our internal audit committee, and appreciate her service helping us also. So I will be reporting as part of the director's report tomorrow afternoon on some high level work that has been done in terms of internal audit in the agency here over the last 6 months or so. And it, for folks there in the audience, if you want to look at the written director's report, there is a written description of that I will elaborate on a bit tomorrow morning. So Commissioner Kyle, we've started that practice, and that will be roughly every quarter. I'll be including in the director's report a summary of significant I don't want to use the word findings because that's kind of a technical audit term, but significant outcomes coming out of the internal audit process. This is a great resource for the agency in identifying areas that are working well and areas where work is needed. And it's already been enormously useful to me and other agency leaders.
Yeah. So I hope the other commissioners are okay with that process, that the output of those reports will come through the director. That seemed the most efficient way to handle that. If there's conversation that you want to have around that, though, I'm happy and open to talking to each of you to see if there's a different way that you would prefer that information. But this seemed the most efficient. I'm the liaison for OWEB still, and I appreciate that Greg has reached out a little bit to Lisa, and perhaps we can connect because that will be hopefully a position that is in transition. But there is an upcoming OWEB board meeting on April 26th and 27th. So if anybody has any information or wants me to pass information on to OWEB as the liaison, please also reach out. And then kind of as the last point, one of the things that we've noticed here at OSU, both in my research capacity, but also sitting on the commission, is that there's been a lot of funding for water activities coming into the state. And particularly kind of where it overlaps for me is in private well, domestic well water safety stewardship, and that kind of includes septic tanks. So at the moment, I'm kind of reaching out to different partners, trying to think if there is an opportunity to bring people together to discuss, particularly around kind of domestic well water safety and stewardship, because it is one that kind of falls into the gaps between the different agencies. So I'm just putting that out there here as well as something that I think would be a very timely bringing together of people that work in this space and have a conversation around kind of that domestic well water safety and stewardship. So again, if there's interest or thoughts or ideas about who should be at that table, please reach out to me. And that's kind of the end of what I had to share.
Great. Well, and I think you kind of teed up a great issue for us to check in with Commissioner Addington about. Commissioner, we understand that you were going to kind of ask some questions about the OWEB role, whether or not you thought it would be a good fit for you. So, if you wouldn't mind updating us on that, I think we'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
Thanks, Chair George. Yeah, I appreciate a little bit of time to try to do some homework on that. Commissioner Kyle, I intended and actually tried to reach out to you once, but I think I had a bad contact number for you. But nonetheless, I did get most of my questions answered. I had a meeting with Lisa Hansen and Stephanie Page at OWEB to kind of talk about the workload and the commitment. Capacity is my concern. It's not interest. I am interested in the work that they do and am excited about some of the work they do. So that was a good meeting, and I'm happy to give it a go as I don't know if it's the liaison or the board position or what we call it, but it's I think it's going to be a little bit challenging for a while, but however that transition needs to happen, I'm happy to do it.
That's wonderful news. Thank you very much. I think that is going to be a great match. And we do understand that it is a real commitment. So we thank you very much for taking it on. But I think we're very glad to hear you're willing to do that. Do you have any other updates for everyone?
I was going to say no, but Commissioner Kyle reminded me on some of the groundwater issues, the well stuff. A few years ago, actually, it was randomly, the DEQ was doing some well testing in the Klamath Basin, and I participated in that. And they reached out again here. Last year was a trying year in the basin. The groundwater has been significantly affected by probably a variety of factors. So they're making another round, at least asking people who participated the first time about whether they want to have their wells tested again, given the significant, what appears to be a drawdown in the system. And so Had a very nice young man out to test my well again. It's something that we're worried about this year. It looks like another potential zero allocation of water for the irrigators in that area. So another very, very challenging year coming in the Klamath Basin, and it's not going to be fun. But I appreciate actually and I'm curious at some point to see the data, you know, from those two different samples, from all the different wells they've sampled. That's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Slusher, I understand that you have been reaching out to the Department of Forestry and making connections there. I want to thank you for being willing to step up and take on that role as our liaison. Is there anything about that or about other activities you've been involved in that you'd like to share today?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to share, to report back from the Board of Forestry meeting on March 9th. So at that meeting, there was a discussion of the private forest accords negotiations, and the board invited Jason Miner, who's Governor Brown's natural resources policy advisor, as well as several other individuals that were all involved in developing the private forest accord. And they asked them to just reflect on the negotiations and lessons learned from the process. So it wasn't really a discussion of the content of the private forest accord report. But I thought it was interesting. The speakers all reflected on the challenging nature of the negotiations, but they also noted that the participants had made a very conscious choice to collaborate and to develop an agreement that would provide regulatory certainty for the timber industry, while also enhancing habitat for fish and amphibians. And some of the participants thought that the process was able to reach such a successful outcome because the goals of developing a habitat conservation plan and adaptive management program were defined before the negotiations began. So all participants had agreed to those outcomes from the outset. That said, there are definitely still some remaining tensions. Industry representatives expressed concern that the private forest accords would result in economic losses for the industry. But they also expressed support for the adaptive management process that will be developed and the development of a habitat conservation plan, with the understanding that it will lead to the issuance of an incidental take permit. And representatives from conservation NGOs also expressed support for adaptive management and the habitat conservation plan. And they emphasized that these processes will bring really needed changes to Oregon forest policy that reflect the best available science. And so some next steps that are relevant to DEQ and the Commission are to track the Board of Forestry rulemakings to develop the habitat conservation plan for covered fish and amphibian species, and establish an adaptive management program for regulating forest practices to protect aquatic species. And it'll be important to track these rulemakings to ensure that both the habitat conservation plan and the adaptive management programs that emerge are protective of both fish and not aquatic species. And that's it for my updates.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair Barrasso, do you have any updates for us?
I do not. I have not been able to connect with my liaison over at the Board of Ag. So I just want to nudge Richard, if you all can help me connect with a Board of Ag liaison there.
Vice Chair Barrasso, we will do that. Absolutely.
Great, thank you for that. I don't think I have too many updates for the group, maybe other than to share that I have been asked in my role as a leader at the Grand Ronde Tribe to participate in the state-supported regional water management work group, which has the benefit of having a really catchy name that just rolls off the tongue. But this, of course, was a kind of a legislated task being led up by the Office of Water Management, but also with participation from DEQ and other state agencies. A very, very wide variety of water interests, water users are represented there. And so that work is exploring different models for regional led water, I guess, solutions or improvements or ways to meet multiple needs. And so we spent our most recent time together reviewing some of those models, discussing lessons learned, seeing if there's any ideas that came from those processes that the state should consider on a larger scale. And really, ultimately, it is to see if there are any recommendations that can be brought forward to see if water resources, the state through water resources, should continue to invest and support in regional water planning and management groups. So we'll see how that work progresses and where it ends up. It's interesting, Commissioner Slusher, to hear your reflections on the participants in the Forest Accords Agreement. And one of the things they found reassuring was that they knew essentially why they were there and why they had agreed to be in the room to see if they could come to terms. And I think this group is struggling a little bit with, there are folks who want to kind of know what the outcome is going to be, to invest their time. And I can relate to that. I think that there's some justification for that lack of certainty. And so we're going to kind of feel our way along and see if we can't get something out of this that can be useful going forward. Other than that, I don't think I have any other updates. We do have representation from DEQ participating in those meetings as well. So where those pieces of work may come together, we have DEQ there to address those issues. All right. Anyone else or any questions about what we've heard today? Okay. Well, thanks everybody. And again, thanks to everybody who's agreed to serve these liaison roles. We really, really appreciate it. And we know that these relationships between our various boards and commissions are really, truly important, and they help us work together where our various areas of work overlap. All right, well, I think we'll move on then to our first informational item, which is something we've been talking about a fair amount over recent meetings, which is the TMDLs by rule topic.
Chair George.
Yes, Director.
If I may, before we go on, just a quick note. Tomorrow morning, you all will be joined by Chandra Ferrari from the Board of Forestry. She's the Board of Forestry's liaison, and so she will sit in part of the EQC meeting tomorrow. That's just a heads up for folks. This is not just a one-way exercise. We're also looking for representatives of Board of Forestry and Board of Ag to also join you all in your work, at least on occasion. Just wanted to make that note. Thanks.
That is a good note to make, and we really appreciate their investing their time as well. All right, Jennifer Weigel and Jean Foster, we'll turn it over to you.
Great. Good afternoon. So today we're going to be talking about TMDLs by rule and talking a little bit more about process and schedule and approach for doing that. So before we get started, I'll just reintroduce myself. I'm Jennifer Weigel. I'm the Water Quality Administrator here at DEQ. And with me this afternoon is Jean Foster, who is the Watershed Section Manager here at DEQ. And so between the two of us, we'll be going through our presentation today. So as I noted, we brought to you in February a proposed rule to conform state rules that would allow DEQ to adopt TMDLs either by rule or by order. And so during the adoption of that rulemaking with those revisions, there was a fair amount of discussion about what would this process look like, and how would we engage the commission, and what kinds of information would we bring to you, and the frequency. So we're here today to give you some more information about that, to talk about our thoughts on how we would approach those interactions with the commission as we go through both deciding which TMDLs would be adopted by rule, and then the engagement that we would propose to have with all of you as we go through the development and issuance of those TMDLs by rule. So we're going to cover that bit of process today. And then in May, we are planning to come back to you with a specific list of TMDLs with our recommendations on which of those we would propose that we pursue issuance via rulemaking. So kind of a two-parter here, some background today, and then coming to you with that item in May on the specific parsing out order versus rule on those TMDLs. So with that, next slide, please. So in terms of how we'll approach content today, so we'll start off with a brief overview of some of the elements of the process for TMDL development and issuance as a whole that kind of apply across the board, irrespective of the specific administrative mechanism that we're using. Then we'll spend most of our time talking about those commission interactions that we talked about. And then we'll go through a little bit more of a more specific kind of timeline for when we would bring these different discussions to you as we're going through these various processes. And in particular, talk about how we see things playing forward from this year over the next coming couple of years in that realm. Next slide, please. Okay, so just a little bit, again, a little bit of high level background. Just as a reminder, when DEQ develops a total maximum daily load, there's two component pieces to that. One is, what we often refer to as the pollutant budget and the associated allocations amongst sources that we identify within a watershed, and kind of the strategies and implementation framework to achieve those pollutant reductions. We refer to that as the water quality management plan. And so basically that sets out kind of the broad timelines and example approaches that we would expect various designated management agencies to undertake in implementing the TMDL. So that's a precursor to the more tailored implementation plan that each agency would develop for itself. This schematic you see here is just kind of a broad outline of the process that we use that results in those TMDLs, which is, setting water quality standards, assessing against those standards to understand where there's impairments or that water body for which water bodies aren't meeting those standards. And then for those waters that aren't meeting standards, that gets queued up into our TMDL process, or first identifying which TMDLs are priorities, and then developing the TMDLs themselves. Okay, next slide, please. And with this next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Jean Foster to talk a little bit more about TMDLs and the general processes that we use.
Thank you, Jennifer. Chair George, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Gene Foster, manager of the Watershed Management section at DEQ. And over the next couple of slides, we're going to be talking, presenting information on the total maximum daily loads, TMDL general process, and then talking some more about some of the information that's used in that. As a general overview, though, the TMDL is a process and a plan for bringing water bodies back into compliance to meet water quality standards, as Jennifer talked about. Part of that is coming up with the daily loads that a pollutant, the amount of pollutant that can go into the water body and still meet the water quality standard. And this equation down below that says TMDL equals WLA, that's the waste load allocations for point sources, plus the LANP, that's the load allocation for non-point sources, plus the LABS is the load allocation for background sources. Background sources could be either natural or those unidentified anthropogenic sources, or anthropogenic sources that we don't have regulatory control over. MOS is a margin of safety. That's to account for uncertainty in the direction of being protective of the resource. And plus the RC is reserve capacity. That is a amount of the loading capacity, or the amount of the pollutant that can go into the water that's set aside for either for future growth or unidentified sources. And through this analysis, or this equation is fairly simple, but in order to come up with these daily loads and allocations, there is a certain amount of data collection, data analysis, modeling that relies on that data. We also incorporate local input from local advisory groups on information specific to the water bodies, and then designated management agencies and other partners. DMAs are, you might see this commonly referred to as DMAs, designated management agencies. Next slide, please. During TMDL development, there are some documents that we develop that you'll start to become familiar with or aware of anyway. We've over the past few years, we've been developing quality assurance project plans. This is identifying before the modeling work gets started, what we're planning on doing, the data that we have, the assessment that's going to happen, data collection if needed, the modeling that's going to be done, and the analysis. And these are reviewed both internally and by EPA, TMDL modelers and TMDL staff. This is kind of the blueprint for how we're going to develop the TMDL. The TMDL report, this is going to be the legal document that would either be adopted by EQC into rule or issued as an order by DEQ. And this TMDL report will be acted on by EPA. This is what EPA reviews, along with the technical support document, which is the fourth bullet down below, the TMDL technical and policy support document. This is the calibration reports of the models. A lot of the data analysis and interpretation is done in this policy support document, and it'll be probably a few hundred pages long. And so EPA reviews this quite closely, but we're not adopting this into rule. This is the information that's relied upon for development of the TMDL report. And then the water quality management plan is the third bullet. And this is the implementation framework for the TMDL. When DEQ when DEQ issues as an order or EQC adopts as a rule, the water quality management plan is part of the TMDL. When should EPA issue its own TMDL, such as the case for the Columbia River temperature TMDL, they do not, at least historically, have not issued any sort of implementation framework for their TMDLs. They rely on the states for that. And DEQ is currently developing a water quality management plan for the implementation framework for the Columbia River temperature TMDL. So the quality assurance project plan, that's our pre-work on how we're going to develop the TMDL. The TMDL report with the water quality management plan would either be acted on by the EQC as a rule or DEQ as issuance as an order. And the TMDL technical and policy support document is the analysis and rationales that go into the development of the TMDL and water quality management plan. Next slide, please. For our processes, and we have our biennial TMDL prioritization process that we have here that for when various actions occur in the TMDL program. This is part of our standardized process that's driven by EPA integrated report guidance and requirements. So in November, December 2021, we used the prioritization criteria that DEQ's developed for development of TMDL development priorities. And we solicit input from EPA and other partners such as Oregon Department of Forestry, Oregon Department of Agriculture, Oregon Health Authority, and other, this also may be Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, that have interest in Clean Water Act and TMDL development. Those priorities were published for TMDL development priorities and the schedule in the integrated report, and that went out with the integrated report for public comment. That was December 2021 through January 2022. We're responding to comment, evaluating comments, and making any adjustments that we feel are warranted based on comments and input, and integrate those into our TMDL priority documents in the integrated report, which will then help to inform our performance partnership agreement between DEQ and EPA. And so you might see that there's the TMDL priorities that are developed during the integrated report that helps to feed into the EPA performance partnership agreement. We also include this information in other required documents as well, such as our non-point source annual reports that we make to EPA that for seeking approval for satisfactory progress on implementing our non-point source management program plan.
Just a moment, Jean. Director Whitman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair George, and apologies, Jean. I'm gonna weigh in here a little bit because of the timing here. We're trying to dovetail the process we have working with EPA, which requires us to do certain things on a particular timeline, with the timeline and work we're doing with the commission. So as Jean just said, we have the draft integrated report, which includes a table which lists priorities for TMDL development. That went out for public comment at the beginning of this year, and the public comment period on that has closed. However, I'm going to pull a little bit of an audible on Jean here and do a share screen of that table. And there is a summary version of this in your materials, and I think the table that I'm going to share also has been posted on the Commission's website. So give me just a second here.
And Director Whitman, we may have a more visual friendly version of that. We have a slide that includes that if you'd like us to advance to that slide.
Yeah, Jennifer, why don't you go ahead and do that? And I am aware of that. So let's go ahead and advance to that slide now while we're talking about this. Keep going.
And Stephanie, I'll let you do that there.
One more. Okay, I think the next one actually has.
There's two slides.
Yeah, okay. So go back one, please, Stephanie. All right, so the table that Jennifer was referring to has two parts to it. It has high priority TMDLs that need to be done within the next 2-year period. That's the goal at any rate. And then it has medium priority TMDLs, which we're proposing to do on or before 2030. So if you could go back to the prior slide on the high priority ones. These are the TMDLs where we have the most pressing need to figure out with you which of these are going to be coming to the commission, which of these, if any, would be issued by order by the department. And you can see the ones in bold here are TMDLs that are required by the court order coming out of the litigation with NIWA. The other TMDLs are TMDLs that have been in flight, in progress for some period of time, and that we're fairly far along in work. So I don't want to steal all of staff's presentation, but I wanted to jump in here just for clarity on the process point. We are looking for some conversation with the commission today about what is proposed in the draft integrated report, so that we can, if there are changes, those can be reflected in the submission we need to make in April to EPA on the final proposed integrated report. So again, apologies to Jean and Jennifer, but I wanted to kind of flag this for the commission so we didn't go by this and not have an opportunity for you to weigh in on this prioritization. And Jennifer or Jean, if you want to add anything to what I just said, please.
Thank you, Director Whitman. And yeah, if there's any questions at this point, happy to take those. The next piece I was going to spend a little bit more time on is explaining what goes into, in addition to, of course, court order deadlines, which have their own kind of rigid sets of prioritization for us, but also the other kinds of factors that we consider in how we've tiered these, both high priorities and the medium priorities. So I'll pause and see if there's any questions.
That sounds good. And then my presumption would be that maybe at the end of the presentation, we'll come back to the discussion that Richard just teed up. Does that sound right to you, Jennifer?
Yes, we can do that for sure.
Okay, Commissioner Addington.
Thank you. I feel like I want to just wait to the end to totally engage, but I wondered if Richard or Jennifer, you could just say again for me how you broke down the prioritization.
Sure, Commissioner Addington, I'll start, and I'll also invite Jean to weigh in as well. So in terms of the high priority ones, for the temperature, the TMDLs for temperature here in bold, the court order itself gives us has dates for different kind of tranches of efforts. And so those priorities were both set and determined in the court order that we are operating under. In that particular instance, the judge concluded, based on the briefings in the case, that DEQ should undertake these TMDLs in kind of an order led by those basins with the most permitted entities within those basins. So that's why you see here the first temperature TMDLs that are due are the Willamette Basin TMDLs, including the Sandy. And then Rogue Umatilla Basin is the second grouping. And then from there, that's effectively the sequence by which. And so we have almost not quite annual dates. They're a little bit different than that, but basically 3 project areas per year-ish over the remaining until through 2028 for the temperature TMDLs.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, Chair George, if I might. Jennifer, Jean, I don't know if you want to say anything about the Upper Yaquina powder and Coquille.
So do you want me to jump in, Jennifer, on why those were prioritized?
Yep. Yes, please, Jean, go ahead.
Okay, so severity of pollution is also a consideration for us for prioritizing TMDLs. The Coquille subbasin, severe water pollution was certain types of impairments were being driven by the point sources, and that was prioritized in order to be able to address those wastewater treatment plants that were discharging and causing an impact. And then also that would having those waste load allocations would then help with getting funding for doing upgrades to those wastewater treatment plants that were causing or at least a part of the severe water quality problems that we were seeing there. Same in the Powder Basin, not so much because a certain amount due to the wastewater treatment plants, but also due to non-point sources, bacteria issues in the Powder Basin were significant in having an impact on resources. And then the Upper Uquina, that was prioritized, a combination of both bacteria and DO impairments, but then also that was the, that's part of the coastal zone area and part of EPA's settlement agreement on Cesara. And that was part of the rationale for prioritizing what that area in order to be able to make headway on addressing some of the gaps identified in Cesara. So for the Coquille, Powder, and Upper Uquina, we had already had significant amount of work that had been done on those TMDL project areas prior to the court order, and we wanted to not lose that time, effort, resources that we had expended there. And so we decided that that was a priority for us for moving forward with those TMDLs. Richard, anything else you wanted to add for that?
No, you nailed it, Gene. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think it's back to you, Jennifer.
Yeah, thanks, Jean. So Stephanie, I believe we are on slide 7. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Whoops. Okay. So here, so this is a good, that was a good segue into this slide, which is a more kind of, we were just speaking about specific TMDLs, but in terms of a more general sense, here are some of the factors that we look at when we would attempt to categorize and assign a priority for where in the queue we would slot various TMDLs for development. So as Jean talked about, there were some examples there around severity of impacts to water quality and water uses. So things we might look at are multiple or significant impairments, public health uses impaired, and the scale of point and non-point source discharges and other sources of pollution and the pace of achieving controls absent a TMDL. Obviously, TMDL litigation and court order deadlines, when you have legal obligations to complete TMDLs in a certain time frame, that's important in terms of where those may lie in our queue. Also understanding that the extent of the geographic area, diversity, variety, and number of potential sources in the basin, and the scale of affected public is another important piece that we look at. Understanding, what is the public interest, sentiment, engagement, motivation for implementation, and that can go either way, right? So if there needs to be some further work done to bring people to a table, that's important, but also understanding what is the if there are folks actively working and have data and information, that's also important for us to understand as we embark on developing a TMDL. The other two factors are also DEQ resources. So we have a number of, for example, in Gene's group that he manages, we have a number of modelers who have particular expertise in certain types of modeling, whether it's food web modeling, watershed modeling. And so we also take that into account, both in kind of the work that we do on the analytical side, but also kind of local capacity. So we would probably prefer not to load up some of our basin coordinators and our local landowners and stakeholders in a particular geographic region. So we try to think about how do we schedule these so that we have both local capacity and basin capacity on our side, and have the right analytical staff available to be able to perform the work. We also look at cross-program and cross-agency priorities and funding. So again, if there are particularly, as Jean talked about in some of those coastal TMDLs, there were some very particular interests and needs around really being able to implement the TMDLs and implement on the ground improvements for some of those wastewater treatment plants in the area. That's another factor we can look at, that if we're able to shift some of those TMDLs in a schedule one way or the other, that can be very beneficial in charting a path forward and seeing kind of what is those longer term investments that need to be made based on the needs of the basin. And so that can also be helpful and can factor into, you know, where we place a particular geographic area, a particular TMDL project in our overall queue. With regard to this list here, those ones that are bolded, are there particular types of characteristics that we would suggest are the main considerations, and whether or not we would differentiate and propose to the commission that they consider adopting that particular TMDL by rule versus order. So again, as we talked about in February, for those TMDLs that have important policy considerations, which we view, you know, some of these being background and influences on that, these are the types of TMDLs that we would propose to the commission that they consider adopting by rule. Next slide, please, Stephanie. Okay, so let's see, on my screen, we're not on the next slide yet. Oh, there we are. Okay, so again, Jean talked a little bit about kind of the every 2-year process that we go through to do some of this prioritization, and how we would propose to work with the commission. And we're going to be doing some of that today and in May, which is to that on an annual basis that we would come to you around May and identify those TMDLs that we would propose to you that you would adopt by rule, which then would be reflected in the annual rulemaking plan that Director Whitman presents to you all. I think usually this year it was in February, but somewhere around the end of the calendar year, beginning of the following, end of the year, beginning of the year timeframe. And so that is our plan for this year, would be to come back to you in May with a more specific list that you could act upon with regard to specific TMDLs that we would propose to be done by rule, in really kind of looking out to 2023 and probably bleeding over into 2024 a little bit. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jean. He's going to talk a little bit more about kind of, for those TMDLs that we identify to be done by rule, how we would propose that we engage with you all during that development process.
Thanks, Jennifer. Next slide, please, Stephanie. So for our TMDL development and our work with the EQC, as well as stakeholders that are interested in TMDL development, we would likely have between 1 to 3 informational items for the EQC during TMDL development. This 1 to 3 is depending on complexity of the TMDL or the area, or interest of the EQC in that area or the TMDL. During these informational items, things we're likely to cover are: what's the geographic area? What's the watershed area? What's the standards, the beneficial uses? What's the impairments? And then land uses and within the area, as well as the watershed characteristics. Is it the coast range, wet area, or is dominated by rain runoff events, or is it east side dominated by irrigation return water or something like that? So watershed characteristics are going to be important for being familiar with what the TMDL is, the area of the TMDL is being developed for, and why we're doing it. We'll also be covering during these informational items, we're proposing to cover an overview of our analytical process, not to the level of detail where we're getting down into the numeric modeling aspects of it, but a general overview on the data analysis modeling effort, how data was used, and then the input that we received in evaluation of that analysis by both the local groups as well as any other stakeholders or entities that have provided input on our analytical process. This analytical process will be important for understanding the different components of the TMDL, such as what are the pollutants, what are the sources of the pollutants, how much of that pollutant load should various sources get, and then what's the implementation framework or strategies for implementing the TMDL. And then we would also, any issues during the public process, whether that be through the local advisory groups, the Rule Advisory Committee, public comment that we receive, we'll be discussing that with the EQC as well. Next slide, please.
Jean.
Oh, yes, Chair George.
So yeah, just one thought. So this process here, where you're describing these information sessions and the various parts of that. So this to me, the overview of the analytical process, the modeling, the source assessment, issues and resolutions from public process and Rules Advisory Committee. It seems like this will be the presentation of, all that work, that data collection, the modeling that goes behind it. I know that in the past, one of the challenges to DEQ being able to complete and implement TMDLs in the kind of time frame that they had hoped to was either late or even after TMDL issuances, other entities, I think sometimes even other state entities wanting to say, oh, wait, but we don't like that data, or we think there was other data that should have been included, or we disagree with the analysis. And I know one of the things that we really tried to do, and I really appreciated the way, the folks from the Board of Forestry and the Department of Forestry, we put that on the table and we talked that through. And when we developed the MOA, we really addressed how we want to get any discussions about data or modeling, the technical and analysis questions. We want to get those done up front at the time in the process for discussing those things. Are we doing any additional outreach or aligning of work to make sure that to the degree we can, those issues are being brought forward, at the time for those discussions, and then we don't wait till the end and then somebody says, oh, by the way, I didn't like the data set. It may be a very difficult question for you to answer, but in terms of wanting to make this a more efficient process, it seems that's one of the things that we need to try to do, is to get all those discussions about data or analysis to happen at the point in the process that's for that. So I don't know if there's anything we can say about our progress on working on that issue.
Chair George, members of the commission, yes, that's a good point, and sometimes a sticking point all through the process, not just at the beginning or the end. And yes, we do make good faith efforts to engage agencies, DMAs, local groups and entities in our TMDL development process to get their input and to get them familiar with the work that we're doing. And that's part of the role. One of the official documents and reasons for the quality assurance project plans that we had talked about earlier is that is a compilation of how we're planning on doing the TMDL. Now that's a pretty technical document, and so that is a place where people could go and see, but we're not relying on that as the only mechanism for our communication. We have outreach through advisory group meetings to talk about the TMDLs, the impairments, the standards, the uses, and what we're doing. And we, as part of the temperature TMDLs that were court ordered, we did do a call for data, asking, sent it out broadly to, and made it known through our various communication services and groups that we form, saying that we're doing a call for data. If folks have temperature data, that we would like to receive that, and had YouTube videos on how to submit data and that sort of thing. So I'm not saying we're doing it great, but I'm saying we're making a good faith effort to try and get that information out there and solicit input from people.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. So as an example,
Before you jump into that, Gene, I apologize for interrupting you again, but I think our vice chair has a question or comment for us.
Certainly.
It's just a quick one. On the expectation that we have 1 to 3 information sessions covering those topics, recognizing sort of the priority list and seeing what you had shared earlier on our priority list, is it fair to say we'd probably be closer to the 3 information sessions for these next few ones that would come across our agendas?
We're still working on the Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso. I think we're still working on our finalization for our scheduling for engaging the EQC, but we would want to assure that the EQC is comfortable with the information that we're bringing to them. So I'm not expecting it to be one. We'll be talking about the schedule in May at the May EQC meeting, and we'll lay out that schedule then for those that are being issued as be adopted as rules, and can have a conversation then on where we're at with those TMDLs and how many informational items would be needed in order to cover the material. And so we have a draft of that, but I don't think it's been worked up to the level of saying this is what we're planning on doing yet. So I don't have something more substantive for you on that.
No, I have some other thoughts around that, and I can follow up offline.
Okay, certainly. Yeah, I'd be very interested in getting feedback on that. Ready to move on to?
Yes.
Okay. So when we start talking about a TMDL and a TMDL area, we'll identify what the geographic area is, and you can see the cutout of the state of Oregon there. And this is an example watershed, the Upper Yaquina, which is in the mid-coast area just outside of Newport, and some of the sub-watersheds that are part of the Upper Yaquina watershed area that we are developing a bacteria, TMDL, and dissolved oxygen TMDL. So we'll present information to get the commission familiar with the geographic area, the watershed characteristics, as I mentioned before, what the terrain's like. And then next slide, please. And also the types of land uses. Now, land use percentages can't just as a harbinger of things to come. Land use is informative, but it can also be misleading, whereas 86% of the Upper Yaquina is in forest lands and only 8% in agriculture. You might think, well, agriculture is not going to be that significant an issue, but the agricultural lands are located in close proximity to the streams. So in some areas, in some locations, agriculture is a significant issue that we've been working with Oregon Department of Agriculture on. And then forestry and other situations are going to be important, and we've been working with Oregon Department of Forestry on those issues. So understanding what the land uses are and which DMAs are responsible for what in what area, and what the sources of pollutants are for that area are very important for helping us to develop the TMDL and to work with our designated management agencies that are going to be responsible for implementing the TMDL for coming up with management strategies to address that pollutant load. And then it's also important for understanding is there point sources that are going to need waste load allocations, and then reissuance of NPS permits. And there's in the Upper Yaquina, there is only the highway stormwater NPDES MS4 permit that we have. So there's no wastewater treatment plants there, as opposed to the Coquille, where we have 4 wastewater treatment plants there. So that'll be part of the discussion when we're going through the Coquille watershed characteristics. Next slide, please. And when we do our analysis, and this is part of what we'll want to be sure to cover, is the types of data that are being relied upon for our analysis. And types of data that we typically use: stream flows and water quality parameters such as pollutant loads. We'll also the remote sensing. This is data from either satellite information, aerial photography, or LiDAR, which is another methodology for measuring landscape characteristics. Those can be very important for evaluating different areas such as riparian vegetation for shade, or can also be useful for identifying stream crossings or manure piles or things like that. And then we'll also rely on literature values as well. And this is an important intersection with the local advisory groups, because we'll also solicit input from them on what experiences they've had in the watershed, how tall trees are growing, how long does it take for trees to grow, and that kind of thing. So we get input from our local advisory groups during this data part, and as also that then helps us with our analysis on modeling. And the modeling could be anything from load duration curves that we use frequently for bacteria to a certain statistical analysis, regression analysis, or it might be water quality modeling or watershed modeling, depending on what we need in order to develop the TMDL. And that's the type of modeling and analysis we do. And we use that for doing the source assessments and also evaluating uncertainties. And this analysis then leads us into things that are required for the TMDL, such as loading capacity, how much of the pollutant load can go in and still meet the water quality standard. What is the excess load based off of the data we have? How high are the pollutant loads and how much reductions needed? And then timelines to meet our water quality standards or to meet our allocations. And then those allocations, along with allocations of pollutant loads or surrogate measures that are analysis or measurements that are easier to measure than allocations and management strategies. So all of these go into our analytical pathway for development of the TMDL. And we'll be talking about this with the EQC on the type of data, the type of analysis, the outputs from that, and then the assignments of allocations, surrogate measures, and management strategies. And these are all talked about with either our local advisory group or our rural advisory committee. Next slide, please. Along the way, so it's not all science and technical analysis. There are policy decisions that are made along the way. And some of the policy decision points that are important to consider and we'll want to be discussing with the commission is what information do we have available for identifying sources of the pollutant, and what is the relative contribution or estimate of contribution for those sources. Because as I mentioned before, a certain land use may be a very large percentage of the watershed, but it might not be a significant part of the pollutant load, depending on the pollutants. So we will want to have discussions about that. What sort of factors should we consider in allocations of pollutant loads? And an EPA guidance document for assigning waste load allocations, there's approximately 20 different methods for assigning waste load allocations. It could be flow-based, there could be cost-based, it could be production-based. So there's different ways. And when we develop waste load allocations, and there's a lot of interest amongst those NPDES permitted sources on the methods that we use and equity amongst amongst how the allocations are distributed to the various sources. And then other examples of policy decisions are things such as evaluation of the sufficiency of existing pollutant controls and programs. This is going to be very important as we start talking about reasonable assurance of the TMDL achieving the allocations and meeting the water quality standards, and the various DMAs, and what methods do they have and available to them for implementing the TMDL, and how effective those could be. And then there's going to be input from stakeholders, members of the Rule Advisory Committee, tribal representation, and the general public that we'll want to consider as part of those discussions that folks have input on the TMDL development and implementation. Next slide, please. And we covered quite a bit of this previously during our discussions with Richard, and so that's the high priorities that we discussed with the temperature TMDLs of Coquille, Powder, and Upper Uquina. And then next slide, please, Stephanie. These are the medium priorities. Again, the bolded areas are the ones that are part of the temperature TMDL court decision. And so, and then the other ones that are listed as medium priorities, such as the lower Deschutes, Schooner Creek, Siletz, and Upper Deschutes, have all been identified as important areas because of either severity of pollution and or interest of the general public, or implementation strategies that are ongoing. You'll see the Powder Basin on there. The powder's been listed as a high priority for bacteria because for us that was the most significant issue, and we had the resources available for being able to move forward on that. But DO, pH, and phosphorus are listed as a medium for powder, and we're going to need more time to work on that. So resource availability, as we mentioned before, is also something that factors into this. Next slide. And I believe I turn it over to Jennifer for this slide.
Yeah, thank you, Jean. And so with this slide here, this is our last slide that we've got for you before we have some discussion. And so again, as we said, we'll be coming back to you in May, and we'll talk more about details, in particular TMDLs that to be considered for rulemaking. We would then, as Jean talked about, consider about how, what's the best way to approach informational presentations for the commission. Again, my understanding is that around November of every year, the agency will be presenting its rulemaking schedule. So any decisions you see in May, that you have May around TMDLs as rules, you would see reflected in the agency rulemaking plan that you would hear about later in the year. And again, similarly, we would continue those informational presentations to you as appropriate, depending on what ends up being on the rulemaking agenda for particular TMDLs as the year progresses. So I'll pause there. So part of this is just kind of trying to foreshadow when we come to you, what the nature would be of those discussions with you, and what you would see as part of those.
Director Whitman.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Jennifer and Jean, both for the presentation. I think you did a great job outlining kind of where we're at in terms of the May commission meeting. So you all see that in the prior slide, actually for prior two slides, there are 6 high priority TMDLs. And that means high priority means in the next 2 years. So 2023 and 2024. Is we will be talking internally about the question of which of those, if any, should continue to be issued by the department by order, and which of those might come to the commission. I think I just want to introduce at a high level some of the considerations there. I think we've got, this set of temperature TMDLs that need to be done on a court schedule. Certainly the Willamette temperature TMDLs in particular are coming early in that process. And so lower, middle, and southern Willamette are all in that 2-year period. I think I personally would like those temperature TMDLs to probably come to the commission, certainly the first one, so that we can tee up any policy issues, big policy issues for the commission as part of that work. There are, in that group, there are a couple of TMDLs that are small geographic areas without a lot of point sources in them. Jean talked about the Upper Yaquina in particular. Maybe the smaller geographic areas that we've already done quite a bit of work on, maybe they'll stay with the department just as a way of balancing out the workload. But I think we're open to discussion. This is the kind of discussion we want to have fully with the commission in the May meeting, but I'm just starting your thinking about this a little bit. That's really all I wanted to say right now.
Thank you, Director. And I was going to
Go
say,
ahead, Jennifer.
I would say that was the end of our presentation. So if there, I think we're prepared to have whatever additional discussion the commission would like to have at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and Director for sharing those considerations under the circumstances. I think those make a lot of sense, especially for those big temperature-based TMDLs. Commissioner Slusher.
Thank you, Chair George. So I wasn't going to directly respond to Director Whitman's request. I feel comfortable deferring to the agency's judgment on what you think about that proposal and how you allocate those decisions. I did have a question, though, for DEQ staff. This morning I attended a Board of Forestry meeting and just for a few hours. And during the meeting, a question was raised about whether forest policies should anticipate and proactively respond to impacts from climate change. And I'm wondering if the same question could apply to TMDLs. So more specifically, because TMDLs are established to respond to findings from water quality monitoring, and they're designed to bring water bodies back into compliance with standards, they don't seem like they're really designed to prevent future impacts or impairment. But at the same time, given just the length of time that it takes to develop and implement a TMDL and the relatively rapid environmental changes that we're seeing from climate change, it seems like TMDL should anticipate potential climate impacts like temperature increases. And so my question for you is, do you think there are opportunities for TMDLs and TMDLs established by rules to anticipate and proactively respond to some of at least the more predictable impacts from climate change? Or do TMDLs already do this?
Jennifer, can I take that?
Yes, go right ahead.
Chair George, Commissioner Slusher. Excellent question, and that's something that we're actively working on right now. And there's going to be a climate section in our temperature TMDLs, as you might imagine. In our temperature TMDLs, especially for large water bodies, they're very much influenced by air temperature. And there's excellent information in the Columbia River temperature TMDL that EPA developed, showing a strong correlation between historic air temperatures and river temperature, and increasing air temperatures and increasing river temperatures. So there has been a climate and change in air temperature and water temperature analysis that's been done that we're going to be using. We've also been talking with other programs within DEQ on their climate work and how we might incorporate that into our TMDLs and our temperature TMDLs. And then we, at least for those parameters that we think are going to be affected by climate, temperatures, an obvious one, but other ones like dissolved oxygen that could, and pH, which could be driven by photosynthesis, algal production, which could be influenced by water temperature and therefore air temperature. We think it's going to be very important to address those. And we are looking at some of our designated management agencies that also have climate programs or programs that could be useful in addressing climate change and identifying that as an important factor for them to consider in the development of their implementation plans. I will also go on to say that there's been some interesting research that happened out in Northeast Oregon up in Catherine Creek by Columbia River Tribal Fish Commission biologists showing that doing some modeling work and data analysis that riparian restoration is expected to be very effective at offsetting the impact of climate change and the influence of temperatures. So I think those two factors on the importance of moving forward with implementation in order to be able to provide important water quality characteristics, cooler water temperatures in the face of climate change is important, along with us being able to, we're just another straw on the camel's back from the TMDL program, but I think it's important for us to say, yeah, it's important, and this is why it's important.
Great, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you're being proactive about addressing climate impacts here.
Chair George, I think you recognized me, but you're on mute. Thank you. So I guess what I'm gathering from this is that this is not going to be necessarily an objective, here's the criteria that send it to the commission for rule versus doing it by order. Would you say that's right? Or are you looking for specific objective criteria?
Commissioner Addington, I think it's kind of a preponderance of information. It's, here are the factors and here are some of the things that we think collectively present more challenging, more complex policy decisions when we develop a TMDL. And so I think there's both kind of, how do we, two pieces. One is when is it important that we expend the resources sooner as opposed to later in doing the TMDL, which is one question that we talked a little bit about today and how we make that decision. And then the other piece is under what circumstances and what are the various factors, potential impacts and policy decisions that could be embedded within that work that for us would cumulatively make it rise to something that we would recommend to you all that we conduct in a rulemaking. And I would say it's not objective in the way that it might be quantified, or that if it meets these three elements, definitely we would put it in that queue. But I think it is that more kind of collectively when we assess the work that's to be done and the level of impact, interest, complexity, even controversy. Those are the kinds of things we'd want to bring in front of you. And Director Whitman may have more things to add to that.
Director Whitman, did you want to answer Commissioner Addington?
I wanted to, I agree with everything Jennifer just said. And one more thing. As I look at this and as I talk with the chair and vice chair about this question, as we think about the agenda for the commission over the long term, I'm also looking cross media. This is not just a TMDL question. This is the question of the overall breadth and difficulty of things we are bringing to the commission over a period of time and what is realistic for you all to take on. So we are thinking about that also. And I have here in front of me the updated rulemaking schedule for this year. And, we'll continue to think about that piece of this as well. So it's a combination of both what Jennifer just described and what else is coming to the commission over a period of time, and you know, what is the best mix from a public service point of view of what we bring to the commission. I hope that helps.
Yeah, and if I could, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Richard and Jennifer, I guess, Richard, I kind of have thought of this maybe a little different than what I think I heard you say a little bit earlier. I understand the policy implications, and I understand that wanting to have the commission weigh in on those. I've been trying to get my head around the difference between a rule and an order and what that means, including what it means for judicial review, right? So I think that a rule is sort of more, an order can be reviewed judicially easier. Is that right?
So Chair George, Commissioner Addington, that's a matter of opinion, and I think from the department's point of view, it is actually easier for us to have review be by the Court of Appeals because it's on a set record, and it also has statewide impact, so that when we get a decision from the Court of Appeals, it's binding precedent on the agency generally for the program. That's actually helpful for us, and I would argue to some degree to the landowning community, because it gives us, right, we talked about regulatory certainty a little bit ago. It gives us some certainty. If we have review in a circuit court with 36 counties in Oregon, we sometimes get differing decisions from different counties, and that creates a very difficult situation for us. So is it easier? I don't know exactly how to respond to that, but I think the regulatory certainty piece of this is part of the reason that we did have put to the commission the question of whether to do some of these by rule. I believe that, you know, once we have some more certainty statewide from the Court of Appeals review of these things, we can then go back more to orders, because the circuit courts will be looking at that law from the Court of Appeals also, and it'll be easier for everybody just in terms of what the rules of the road are. That's my opinion, and it's no more than that.
Okay, thank you. And just from the EUC agenda part of the equation as well, we are certainly going to be having to look at those rulemaking projections for the upcoming years, and we're going to have to line that up as well. There's a realistic amount of work that the EQC can take on in terms of rulemaking, and so from my chair, that's certainly going to have to be part of the consideration as well. So thank you all, though. We went a little over time there, but I do think this is really important. And if you have additional thoughts about it, pass those through Stephanie to our staff, and because we definitely want to hear everybody's thoughts on this, as this is a new and important process that we'll be undertaking. But we do need to move forward to the water quality fee rulemaking. Welcome, Jeff and Jennifer. I think you stay with us.
Yes. And so good afternoon again, Chair George and members of the commission. And we're here to talk to you about requesting that the commission delegate the authority to adopt water quality fees for the water quality permitting program for this coming year. Director Whitman, did you want to make any remarks related to the agenda item that we had in February in this item before we get started?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Jeff, for joining us also. Just a reminder for the commission that in February, you all delegated several relatively straightforward rulemakings to the director to decide. Generally, I think most of them are regarding these types of rulemaking where we have legislative approval to raise fees by the lesser of 3% is the typical amount that the legislature has put in, 3% per year, or the increase in DEQ's actual cost. And so we missed one in February that should have been included in that batch, and that is the authorization from the legislature to increase our water quality fees for water quality permitting. And so that's what this agenda item is about. And Jennifer, I think that's the introduction you probably were looking for.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, I'll just reintroduce myself briefly. I neglected to do that. Again, I'm Jennifer Weigel. I'm the Water Quality Administrator. And I'm going to turn it over here to Jeff Rabinowitz, who is our Water Quality Permitting and Program Development Manager, just to give you a few additional details before requesting you to consider your action on this item. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I'm calling in from the phone. Very good. Thank you, Director Whitman, Chair George, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Jeff Rabinowitz, Water Quality Permitting and Program Development Manager. And let's see, we can go to the next slide, please. So before we get into the specifics on the fee rule itself, just wanted to take a minute to cover what programs the fees actually go to pay for. And those are generally the permit categories are the individual and general permits for both the NPDES, those are the federal wastewater permits, and the WPCF, those are the state wastewater permits. Specifically, the types are going to be for domestic wastewater, publicly owned treatment works, things like that, domestic on-site, which is your on-site septic systems, industrial wastewater, and for stormwater. I think we go to the next slide. All right. So here, according to statutory authority, ORS 468B.051, as Director Whitman said, provides EQC with the authority to increase fees based upon the increase of the program cost or up to 3%, whichever is less. That is, of course, unless there is a DEQ legislatively approved budget for that particular year. What we're talking about right now is just the normal 3% type of fee increase. And we can go to the next slide. So specifically for this biennium, it's estimated that the per FTE cost is $179,000. The previous biennium, the per FTE cost was $162,000 and change. This equates into an increased cost of about 4.98% per year. So the intent for this year would be to have a fee increase of the maximum allowed under statute of 3%. And as a reminder, it's the program goal to have a cost split of 60-40, where 60% of the cost of the program come from permit fees, 40% from the general fund, lottery, and federal funding. And we can go to the next slide, please, which I can pause to see if there's any questions before we make the recommendation.
Wow, this is one of those things that has taken up a lot of agenda time. We were just talking about having to plan for agendas. And in fact, I think I remember Commissioner Addington, when you first joined us, a rather reasonable comment about, does this make sense? You know, do we have to take time on the agenda every single time to do an increase that has already been limited by statute? And so I think there's been work done here to say for these very rote and nobody likes to raise fees, but unfortunately necessary step, does it always have to take up time on the EQC agenda? So I think folks have done some work here to try to alleviate us of some of that. Do we have any other comments or questions about this presentation and picking up this aspect of what really was a former action to delegate these limited fee increases? Commissioner Kyle.
Thank you. So it was just kind of a question. In our last EQC meeting, I thought we had talked about, now that the commission's taking on the TMDL kind of decisions, that the director would actually take on these kind of rote increases. So wouldn't this be an example of something that the director could have done without the EQC commission?
I believe that's correct, except we left this one out, is my understanding, as we just kind of we missed this title in the list of fee increases that we delegated to the director. Is that correct, Director Whitman?
It is, Chair George and Commissioner Kyle. We've got legal counsel here, but I think the delegation needs to be specific in order for it to work. So we left one off the list.
So is there the opportunity to add this to that list at this point in time?
That is, Commissioner Kyle, that is the proposed action.
Okay. I am going to go ahead. Let's move forward with the proposal. Go ahead and put, there we go. And if we do have further comment or question, let's call for that through our process. Does somebody wish to propose we move forward with adding this delegation to the water quality fee increase? Does somebody wish to make that proposal now?
I will go ahead and make the motion that the commission delegate the 2022 water quality fee increase rule to the DEQ director for a decision.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Kyle, a second.
Commissioner Kyle seconds. Do we require further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Addington.
I'm fine with this. I just want to quickly say that I just don't ever think we want to take these things for granted. And, it's tough out there right now, and fee increases go down, they get passed down. So I just want to always make sure that we're thinking about those kind of things and being as efficient as we can with staff and resources.
Thank you, Commissioner Addington, for that good thought. Any other discussion? And I call for the vote. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify same sign. Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you all very much. And we will keep moving right along with our air quality definitions rulemaking. And we will welcome Ali and Dan. Welcome to the meeting.
Good afternoon, Chair George, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Ali Mirzak Alili, and I'm the Air Quality Division Administrator for DEQ here. And with me is Dan Defer from our Operations section. And I hope you can hear me okay. I'm sitting here in a hotel room in Utah. So we're here to present a rulemaking designed to clarify and correct how specific definitions apply or don't apply to federal regulations that the Commission has adopted as a state rule. And in terms of efficiency, Commission's agenda efficiency, I hope we can get through this pretty quickly. It's one of those wonky rulemakings that shouldn't occupy much of your time, but we just have to do it. The proposed rulemaking will help ensure that DEQ is implementing the adopted federal regulations in a consistent and appropriate manner. Overall, this rulemaking can be described as a clarifying effort. The proposed rulemaking is intended to ensure that facilities review the applicable federal regulations for definitions and terms, and not similar definitions in our existing rules. DEQ never intended to modify the scope or applicability or implementation of these federal regulations with the OAR definitions. So with that, let's move to the next slide, please. We will begin with a brief overview of the federal regulations that have been adopted by reference, cover the rulemaking adoption process briefly, and describe the potential issues that the proposed rule is designed to correct, and the public process that we went through and the comments we received. And and if you have any questions, we'll answer that, and then with a recommended action. And having said that, I'll just turn over to Dan to walk us through the balance of the presentation. Dan.
Thank you, Ali. Chair George and commissioners. For the record, my name is Dan DeFair with DEQ's Air Quality Operations section. So go ahead and move to the next slide for us, please, Stephanie. Thank you. This rulemaking is regarding EPA's final promulgated NSPS and NESHAP regulations, and DEQ implements these in the state of Oregon after they've been adopted by the EQC. So the commission has typically adopted these new source performance standards, or NSPSs, and national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants, or NESHAPs, by reference directly into Oregon administrative rules without changes. This slide shows a bit of the detail regarding the different regulatory and rule citations that are involved in the discussion today. As a reminder, NSPSs are mostly established to regulate criteria pollutants from newer emission sources, while NESHAPs regulate new and existing sources of hazardous air pollutants, or HAPs. And then additionally, Division 200 includes our generally applicable air quality definitions. And go ahead and move to the next slide, please, Stephanie. So EPA regulations are incorporated into Oregon rules following this recurring process. First, EPA publishes a final rule in the Code of Federal Regulations. DEQ then initiates a rulemaking process to adopt the regulations into Oregon rule. And then the rulemaking process is finished when EQC adopts or does not adopt the proposed rules. And if adopted, the aforementioned federal regulations become effective as state rule by reference. DEQ then implements the regulations throughout the state by notifying staff, updating permits, notifying sources, etc. And then the process repeats, and DEQ has historically initiated a rulemaking to adopt updated federal regulations every other year or so. And next slide, please, Stephanie. So first, it's important to understand that each federal regulation adopted has a section dedicated to definitions and terms. And this is done by EPA to provide clarity regarding applicable requirements, minimize confusion, and reduce the possibility of inadvertent noncompliance. And the federal regulations adopted into state rule, however, have additional applicable definitions. Division 238 lists the NSPS regulations, and Division 244 lists the NESHAP regulations that have been adopted. Both of those rule divisions have a definition section of their own. And these two divisions, like all air quality divisions, also refer to that general definition division 200. And so DEQ has made an effort to house most of our air quality definitions in one division, that 200, for ease of implementation. Unfortunately, there are some definitions in our rule which do not align with the definitions in the federal regulations. And it could be argued that these changes, these differences change the scope or applicability, which was not the intent of previous rulemakings. So therefore, this rulemaking proposes to establish each individual adopted federal regulation as the only source of definitions regarding that standard, as opposed to the additional definitions found in the state's air quality rules. And it's important to note that facilities have to comply with EPA standards as written, regardless of this rulemaking or issues related to specific terms that may arise. So clarifying which definitions do and do not apply only helps to ensure facilities aren't caught off guard or inadvertently out of compliance. The overarching goal of this proposed rulemaking is to provide further regulatory certainty to the regulated community and DEQ staff for implementation. And nothing in this proposed rulemaking limits the EQC's authority to make decisions regarding any federal regulatory changes to adopt moving forward. And on the next slide, I'll walk through one specific example. So go ahead and jump to the next slide, please, Stephanie. Thank you. So one example of a term that is defined differently in state rule than the federal regulations is the word construction. The NSPS, for example, definition, it means fabrication, erection, or installation of an affected facility. And DEQ's rules define construction to also include any physical change, demolition, and modification. So the definition additionally refers to a source or part of a source, which has a broader reach than the federal definition. And the difference being that the federal definition is referring to the specific emissions unit or activity that is subject to the federal regulation by saying affected facility. And the state definition here is referring to the entire plant site or part of it by using the term source. And in many cases, this DEQ definition makes sense and works as intended, but for implementation of these specific federal regulations, DEQ is looking to remain in alignment with the federal rules instead of modifying their intent or scope. And this is one of many terms that are either defined differently or have the potential to change the meaning of federal regulations that have been adopted by reference. Note that this rulemaking is being conducted in a proactive manner. To the best of the agency's knowledge, there hasn't been a conflict regarding a source's compliance or not with any specific regulation due to terminology or a definition difference. DEQ is proposing these rules in an effort to help ensure there will not be any compliance issues. And as stated, DEQ typically engages in a rulemaking to adopt updated and new federal regulations every other year. And after the rulemaking process is completed, DEQ staff engage in discussions with EPA about those regulations and implementation. And as part of the most recent discussion, this issue was raised by EPA staff regarding the potential terminology issue, which led to this proposed rulemaking before you today. So more plainly, as Ali said, we're proposing to modify two small sections of rule affecting which definitions apply, one in Division 238 for the NSPS regulations and one in Division 244 for the NESHAP regulations. And the change clarifies that the terms included in each individual adopted regulation apply, and the terms defined in the Oregon Administrative Rule previously in 238 and 244 and Division 200 do not apply. Okay, that one was a mouthful. Next slide, please, Stephanie. The public comment period began in December and ran through the end of January. The agency held a public hearing on the 18th of January. 2 people attended, but no comments were provided during the hearing. DEQ did receive 2 comments from 2 different commenters during the notice period, but the agency did not make any changes to the draft rules based on the comments, as the comments weren't pertinent to the substantive purpose of the rulemaking. And the full language of the comments and DEQ's responses are on page 16 of the staff report. And next slide, please. And that brings us to DEQ's recommendation for the commission. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have at this time, and thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have questions or comments? All right, hearing none. Oh, here we go. Vice Chair Barrasso.
It's just to say I appreciate you all proactively bringing this up. I feel like these things often come up when something has arisen, and so just good work on staff for seeing this and catching this and bringing this up before getting caught in a bind where related to the definition.
Well said, thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on the recommendation.
I move that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rules on pages 20 through 42 of the staff report as part of Chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules.
Do we have a second?
This is Commissioner Kyle, I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we require further discussion? Then we will go to our vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much. We are a little bit overdue to take a break. My clock now shows it as 1:47. So we are doing actually quite well. How about we go ahead and take 15 minutes and be back in 15 minutes. We'll see you here in 15 minutes. And Stephanie, would you pause the recording for us? Great, thank you. Director Whitman, have you rejoined us? He is here. All right. So our next informational item is one that we've been looking forward to for some time. And this is the Deschutes Basin Water Quality and Fisheries presentation. And we have a variety of folks who are working in this basin. and are going to share some information with us about it. Jennifer, I think you're going to kick us off. Do we have everybody who we need for this presentation ready to go?
Let's see, I'm going to ask Stephanie if she can respond to that question.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Chair George. Yes, I believe we have all co-presenters present and assigned their co-host rights. If a co-presenter is not assigned their co-host rights, they may press their raise hand button on their participants function list, and I will make sure to bring them in as soon as possible. But I believe you have everyone, Chair George.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll get right into this presentation. And then our last agenda item for the day is going to be the public forum. And that's scheduled to begin at 3:40. We try to be pretty precise about that in case folks are planning, their day around the public forum. And then I'm just going to let everybody know that I do need to leave our meeting today at 4 o'clock. And Vice Chair Barrasso will take the reins at that time. So with that, Jennifer and group, I'll let you introduce yourselves as you come to your portion of the presentation. Welcome.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Chair George and members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Weigel, and I'm the Water Quality Administrator here at DEQ. As Chair George noted, we do have a group of panelists here today to talk to you about water quality and fisheries management in the Deschutes River Basin. This is a presentation that we've talked about, committed to doing a while back. And so we've been able to assemble, I think, a great group of folks here to talk to you about both what we're seeing in terms of challenges and opportunities. And so we're really excited to be able to give you this information today. Excuse me. And so among our, just a little bit about Run a Show and who we have with us today. So first of all, we have Smita Mehta, who's DEQ's Deschutes Basin Coordinator. She's going to lead us off by doing a little bit of just a bit about the Deschutes Basin and how DEQ engages in various activities within the basin. And then we're going to have Mike Harrington, who is the Fish Division Administrator with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Followed by Megan Hill from Portland General Electric. She's the Pelton Round Butte Natural Resources Manager. We have Kate Fitzpatrick from the Deschutes River Conservancy, and she's their Executive Director. And we have Ben Kirsch from the Deschutes River Alliance, who's a staff attorney with the Deschutes River Alliance. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have the Warm Springs Tribe join us here today. They are very active in the basin. And so unfortunately, we just weren't able to bring that perspective into today's meeting. But I think everybody else is well prepared to be able to talk about a number of different aspects. A few things I will just note is that we're going to run those panelists in sequence, and we've asked each of them 4 questions that we want them to address. So first of all, what is the status of your water quality fisheries restoration work? What priorities and objectives is your organization working toward in the Deschutes River Basin? What are your observations regarding water quality and fisheries management trade-offs or tensions in meeting those multiple priorities and objectives? And what do you see as opportunities for cooperation and collaboration? So with those 4 questions, we've asked each presenter to prepare approximately 10 minutes worth of material, which should give us some ample time at the end for discussion amongst the commission or any questions that you have for any of our panelists who are here today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Smita to start us off with a Deschutes Basin overview.
Well, Chair George, Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. My name is Smita Mehta, and I'm the Deschutes Basin TMDL Coordinator for DEQ. I've been with DEQ for 8 years, and I've been the coordinator for the Deschutes Basin for 4 years. I work out of the Bend office, and today I'll just give you an overview of water quality in the Deschutes Basin. Next slide, please. So I'll start with geography of the basin. So the Deschutes is the 2nd largest basin in Oregon after the Willamette. It covers the Deschutes, Crook, and Jefferson counties and parts of Wasco, Sherman, and Klamath counties. It's a 250-mile long river, and we typically divide it into the upper, middle, and lower Deschutes. The upper Deschutes consists of the headwaters, which arise from the east slopes of the Cascade Range. And the Deschutes is unique in that it doesn't flow off the mountains, but instead it emerges from many spring-fed lakes and streams. The upper Deschutes also includes 2 reservoirs and 80 miles of stream down to the city of Bend, which is highlighted in red on the map. The middle Deschutes starts below the major irrigation diversions in Bend and includes the high desert lands from Bend to the inflows of Lake Billy Chinook in the Pelton Round Butte project area, highlighted in purple. The Crooked and Metolius rivers also flow into Lake Billy Chinook. The Crooked arises in the Ochico Mountains to the east, and the Metolius arises from the high Cascades in the west. The lower Deschutes consists of Lake Billy Chinook and the Pelton Round Butte project, and winds 120 miles downstream to the confluence with the Columbia River in the north. So as you can see in this photo, the Deschutes is a beautiful river. It has extremely high water quality in its headwaters, but the river does face water quality challenges as it flows downstream. So we'll talk about that next. Next slide. So there are 5 main water quality challenges in the basin. Number 1 is altered flow regimes. The upper Deschutes has reservoirs and major diversions that change the Deschutes from flowing steadily year-round to having kind of boom-bust cycles of flow, where winter stream flows are incredibly low and result in less habitat and at times water that's too cold for fish. And in the summer, the stream flows are torrents that scour stream channels, scrape vegetation away, and add sediment and turbidity to the stream. That picture in the upper left is a picture of the upper Deschutes, an area that's been scoured from high stream flows. The second major challenge are harmful algal blooms. Many lakes and reservoirs in the upper and lower Deschutes and the Metolius create conditions that allow cyanobacteria to bloom. Some of these blooms have been known to be toxic and have resulted in recreational advisories. Harmful algal blooms have been known to occur in Crane Prairie, Wickiup Reservoir, and Odell Lake, and many others in the Deschutes Basin. That picture in the lower left is a picture of Odell Lake in 2020. Right before I had to sample it, sticking my hand in that water wasn't very fun. pH and DO, dissolved oxygen. These are 2 characteristics of water quality that swing daily, and the wilder the swings, the worse it is for fish and aquatic life. pH and dissolved oxygen are particularly affected by stream temperature and the growth and decay of plants and algae. A 4th major challenge is warm temperatures. These are a problem throughout the basin. Low flows and climate change cause some reaches to experience extremely warm temperatures in the summer above DEQ's biologically based criteria. Temperature in the Deschutes, our criteria in the Deschutes ranges from 12 degrees Celsius in the headwaters to 18 degrees Celsius near the mouth. This image here is a graph from temperature at the mouth last year, and you can see that it spikes fairly high in middle July. The 5th major challenge are nutrients. The Deschutes Basin consists of recent volcanic geology. This means that our soils are naturally high in phosphorus, but it also means that phosphorus can easily be carried into streams with erosion, and we have highly erodible soils. And altered stream flows, upland practices such as agriculture and logging and urbanization can increase phosphorus inputs. Nitrates come from multiple sources. Nitrate levels in the Lapine Basin and the lower Crooked and around the Pelton Round Butte project area are also a concern. Together, phosphorus, nitrogen, and warm temperatures trigger harmful algal blooms and high pH and dissolved oxygen swings. So next slide, please. So for DEQ's work in the basin, as a basin coordinator, my formal responsibilities are to develop TMDLs and support their implementation, and to support other non-point source pollution reduction projects, and to respond to complaints and enforce violations. We don't have any TMDLs in the basin right now, but I'm working on several projects to support development. So for example, DEQ is conducting a multi-year harmful algal bloom study on several lakes and reservoirs, including Lake Billy Chinook, Wickiup Reservoir, Crane Prairie Reservoir, Odell, and Crescent Lakes. The goal of this study is to learn more about what triggers the bloom and what management options we can use to protect recreational activities and human health. For this project, we're collaborating with the Forest Service, Oregon State University, Oregon Health Authority, and many others. Another project that we're working on is conducting a turbidity study to support management of irrigation water releases from reservoirs to improve sediment and turbidity conditions in the upper Deschutes. For this project, we're working with Water Resources Department, irrigation districts, Bureau of Reclamation, as well as others. So this picture in the bottom left is a picture of our equipment that we've installed at Odell Lake. It gathers data every 15 minutes, sends it to our lab, and we can look at what's going on with the water in real time. It's pretty handy. In the middle Deschutes, I'm working closely with basin partners to improve stream flows for fish and water quality by supporting projects that conserve water and leave more water in stream. For this, we collaborate with Deschutes River Conservancy and OWEB and irrigation districts, as well as others. An example of this is in the upper right. That's a picture of a pipe getting installed. Many of the canals in the middle Deschutes area are very leaky. Up to 50% of the water can sometimes leak from the canals into the ground. So by piping the canals, irrigation districts can divert less water from the stream, leaving more water in the Deschutes to support water quality and habitat. And in the lower Deschutes, DEQ sits on PGE's Fish Committee and Water Quality Work Group to support 401 Water Quality Certificate implementation to improve water quality and habitat in the Pelton Round Butte project area and in the lower Deschutes. Some of our implementation activities include conducting water quality studies, proposing reservoir management recommendations, and conducting outreach and education to stakeholders in the lower Deschutes. And this committee consists of representatives from the Warm Springs tribes, PGE, ODFW, and several nonprofits. And also on a daily basis, I provide technical outreach and education to government agencies, educational institutions, nonprofits, and just regular citizens throughout the basin so that we can all work together to improve water quality and habitat in the Deschutes Basin. So with that, if you have any questions, I can answer them or I can hand it off to the next speaker.
Thank you. Director Whitman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair George, and Smita, thank you for a great presentation. I just want to mention one thing as we lay the foundation for the rest of the presentations. Jennifer mentioned the Warm Springs tribe. The Warm Springs are a co-regulator on the lower Deschutes. They have approval from EPA under what's called treatment as a state to administer their own water quality standards and own water quality certifications on that stretch of the river. So for the lower Deschutes in particular, we are not only a partner with the Warm Springs, but actually a co-regulator. Just want to underline that for everybody.
Really appreciate that, Director. All right, let's move on with the presentation.
All right. First of all, I just want to thank everyone, the Chair George, Commission, and Director Whitman for inviting me here today to talk about the Deschutes River fisheries. I'm Mike Harrington, and I'm the Fish Division Administrator for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So much like the last presentation, next slide, please. I'm going to start off describing the geography of the Deschutes Basin. I realize this slide shows the Deschutes Basin on its side. It does flow south to north, but it's a little easier to look at from this angle. The first thing I want to describe is the three main tributaries. As described earlier, we have the Crooked River, which on this map is on the lower center. You can see Prineville Reservoir down there. It starts in the Ochoco Mountains, flows into Prineville Reservoir, and then down to the Deschutes. It has a pretty prolific red band fishery below Prineville Reservoir. From the center of the map in the top left, we have the Deschutes River beginning at Crescent Lake, flows through Bend down to Lake Billy Chinook and then to the Columbia River. On Also another famous fishery for us above Lake Billy Chinook. It's primarily red band and brown trout. And then we have the Metolius River, which is, one of the state's more pristine spring dominated rivers, well known for its fly fishing opportunities and red band trout. In the center of the map, we have the Pelton Round Butte project, and Megan will discuss that in a little more detail in her presentation. But it is an important part of it nonetheless. And then downstream of Pelton Round Butte project is the main stem Deschutes, or lower Deschutes as we call it. Throughout this system, there were really about 4 to, I guess I'll mention 6 main stocks of fish that were native to the basin. That's steelhead and red band trout. They're technically the same species, Oncorhynchus micus. Chinook salmon. They were prevalent through all 3 tributaries, the Crooked River, the Deschutes, and the Metolius. And, then we had bull trout, sockeye salmon, and mountain whitefish. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the Pelton Round Butte project is kind of right there in the middle of that last slide. And it was constructed in the 1960s, and that effectively blocked fish passage to the upper basin. That wasn't to say that they didn't make great attempts at providing fish passage. They had one of the longest fish ladders, if not the longest fish ladder in the world, to provide upstream passage. And they did have a downstream fish collection facility in Lake Billy Chinook to pass fish downstream. Unfortunately, downstream passage was not effective. And so we lost anadromy in the upper basin. However, in 2005, the project was relicensed, and that required the reintroduction of steelhead and Chinook above the project, and actually also volitional reintroduction of sockeye salmon. And so what that did was require the construction of a selective withdrawal tower in Lake Billy Chinook. That would help meet water quality guidelines downstream and also attract out-migrating fish from the upper basin into a fish collection facility on top of the tower. And so with that, we needed to start an anadromous reintroduction. So in 2007, we started reintroducing steelhead and Chinook into the upper basin. And they were able to successfully make it through the selective withdrawal tower, and they started returning upstream in 2011. And so we started looking at what is success. And really, that's a hard question to ask. Personally, we saw success when we had fish return. If you were to ask our co-managers, the Warm Springs tribe, and it's not really my place to talk about that, but Chinook salmon is one of their first foods, and simply the presence of Chinook salmon in the upper basin is culturally important to them. And so with that being said, though, we do want to make sure that we have as many fish coming back as possible. And so we try to analyze what the success of this is and how many fish are returning. And we've been able to make adjustments. We have switched from fry releases to smolt releases. Smolt are a larger fish than a fry. A fry is essentially not much bigger than the fish when it comes out of the gravel. A smolt is much larger and has physiologically changed to out-migrate out to the ocean. That has improved returns. And we've also made simple changes by releasing fish below the project at night instead of during the day to avoid predation on those fish that we are trying to move downstream. Next slide, please. And so that takes us to how are things going downstream. There are, also red band trout downstream, along with the anadromous fish, along with other fish that have started showing up in the river. But I think what is important for me to do is probably describe a little bit how the temperatures have shifted in the lower Deschutes first. And so What happened is temperatures are now going to be warmer earlier in the spring and will peak in July as opposed to cooler in the spring and peaking in late August, even into September. And so that has changed some of the dynamics with our species of fish, but overall towards the mouth, things are a little bit more normal. Smallmouth bass have started showing up in the river. I'm not sure if that's because of a temperature change in the mouth or more just that, climate change in the Columbia making conditions better for smallmouth bass. They do migrate upstream about 12 miles. However, we're not seeing reproduction of smallmouth bass.
Commissioner Kyle.
This is just kind of a clarification question.
Yes.
It seems like there's about a 20-year gap though in your monitoring data. Why was there that gap?
Yeah, and I can get to that in a little bit, but I can describe these for you since you asked. So, I wasn't around for this specifically, but I think it was in the late 80s into the 90s, we had a project that was specific to the monitoring of Deschutes trout. We learned a lot about them, and we learned what we thought we needed to learn, and we moved on. The populations have always been very healthy, and there really wasn't a population concern. Post selective withdrawal tower, there were questions about the health of the population, and so we started analyzing and collecting data on the population a little more rigorously. And so, and I can get into this a little bit later in the slide, but that's why there was the gap. And I can tell you what we learned here in a minute. So where I left off was with anadromy. We're still seeing steelhead and Chinook coming back into the system. The effects of the tower have not been that great. And the reality of that situation is they are a little bit hard to, it's kind of hard to peg down what exactly is happening with steelhead and Chinook just because of their highly complicated life histories. Spring Chinook don't spawn in the main stem. They go into the Warm Springs River. Fall Chinook are a main stem spawner. Steelhead, more of a tributary spawner. But the reality is there's so much going on in the ocean with those species that the effects that we're seeing with them are more ocean caused than they are in the river. Steelhead used to stray into the Deschutes at a rather high rate. And that was fun and all great for anglers. However, that meant the steelhead weren't making it home into the Snake River and into their upper basins. And so around 2010, we made some shifts in how we released these fish from our hatcheries. They used to be heavily barged down the Columbia River and released. And we went to releases out of acclimation facilities in the tributaries. That gave these fish the opportunity to be able to map and imprint on the way out of the system versus being thrown into a barge and just shipped right out. And so these fish now knew how to get home. And so we started seeing a reduced rate of straying from that. And that was at a relatively similar time to as when the selective withdrawal tower was put into operation. Some might question, well, is that lack of stray caused by the smolting or by the barging or the selective withdrawal tower? But we saw those changes and shifts from straying out into the John Day and all throughout the basin as well. So we're pretty confident that that was caused by the barging. One of the other shifts we did see was spawn timing with red band trout. Just as we would have expected from the peaking the temperatures, and what we wanted to see happen was spawn timing shifted from late spring in April and June to more of a late winter spawn, February to April. We've confirmed this with our sampling activities, and this is exactly what we wanted to see happen. Earlier spawn timing is better for the life history of red band trout and most of the salmonids in the system. They're able to start feeding earlier in the season. There will be more food throughout this season, and so they go into winter larger. And this allows them to it increases their likelihood of returning to reproduce as adults. So overall, we're pleased with the progress that we've made with the anadromous reintroduction and the health of our downstream fisheries. And if you have any questions, we can go from there, or we can pass it on to Megan.
All right, Megan, I think you're up.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair George and the commissioners. Thank you for inviting me to speak today about Pelton Round Butte's Water Quality and Fisheries Program. Pelton Round Butte, if you can go to the next slide, as you can see, is a 3-dam hydroelectric project. It's co-owned by Portland General Electric and the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. The uppermost dam, as Mike mentioned, creates Lake Billy Chinook, which is formed by the coming together of the Metolius, the Crooked, and the Deschutes rivers. And as Smita talked about, all those rivers have really different characteristics. These dams were constructed in the 1950s and 60s, and they do operate as a modified run-of-river system, meaning that the outflow at the re-regulated dam, the downstreammost dam, matches what's coming into the reservoirs from the Metolius, Crooked, and Deschutes rivers. And as Mike mentioned, these were originally included fish passage when they were constructed, but the fish passage system was abandoned in the 1970s, and salmon and steelhead were extirpated from 250 miles upstream of Round Butte Dam. And the reason that the fish passage wasn't successful is that the intake for the dams when they were constructed for Round Butte was deep in the reservoir at 273 feet, so quite deep. And that meant that the current was moving along the bottom of the reservoir rather than at the surface where the salmon and steelhead are moving. And so another consequence of that deep water withdrawal is that we, with construction of the dams, were artificially cooling the water downstream in the spring months. And then as we moved into the summer, we ran out of that colder water, and our releases into the lower Deschutes were warmer than they should be. And so that shift in temperatures had impacts on lower river fisheries. And Mike talked about the red band, but also fall Chinook were a big one that were a concern because those fish weren't growing as large due to the cool water in the spring. They were entering the ocean at a smaller size, which leads to less survival. So those are kind of the two main problems facing PG and the tribes when it was time to relicense the project in the early 2000s. So during the relicensing process, PG and the tribes invited all interested parties to participate in the process of setting the terms of the next FERC license. And as a result, 22 parties ranging from NGOs to state, federal, and tribal agencies participated and signed a settlement agreement in 2004 that was then incorporated into our current FERC license. And the two kind of main goals of that process were to reintroduce salmon and steelhead runs above the project and to restore natural temperature patterns in the lower Deschutes. And both of those objectives were to be completed through the construction of the selective water withdrawal, or the SWW. So how the SWW works is it adds a second intake on the surface of Billy Chinook. And when I say surface, I'm talking the top 40, 50 feet of water where the fish are moving. And so in the spring months, when fish are migrating, we draw 100% of the water through that intake. And that then changes the currents in Lake Billy Chinook and allows us to collect fish. Then as the season progresses, we are able to use that bottom original intake and blend water from deep inside the reservoir. And so to determine how much water to blend, we use a regression equation that was built using pre-dam 1950s data to determine what the temperature of the lower Deschutes at Madras would be if the dams and the reservoirs weren't here. And so then we do that calculation and then blend the top water and the bottom water to match that target temperature. And through that blending process, we have successfully shifted our releases in the lower Deschutes to match a more natural thermograph. And what that means is that under SWW operations, the springs are warmer. We tend to see our peak lower river temperatures typically in the first week or two of July. And then our temperatures are reduced compared to pre-SWW in August and September. And those reduced August and September temperatures are important, as that's the time of year that EPA has identified through their cold refuge work that is most needed for fall Chinook and steelhead migration. So the purpose of the shift, wasn't just sort of an effort to make the Deschutes match what it used to be in the 50s. It really was aimed at sort of benefiting lower river fisheries like fall Chinook. And of course, temperature is not the only water quality standard that we manage for. For example, we also have dissolved oxygen standards, and our main tool to manage DO is through spill at re-regulating dam. So rather than passing water through the turbines to generate electricity, if we need to meet higher DO, we pass water over the dam, and that aerates the water as it falls. And that typically becomes tricky in the late summer. And part of the reason that that's difficult is due to our temperature management program and the interaction between those two. The cold bottom water of Lake Chinook is also extremely low in dissolved oxygen. And so we kind of have this tension between those two parameters in terms of temperature and dissolved oxygen. In a perfect world, we get the DO of the surface water and the temperature of the bottom water. But that's not the way it works. And so, that trade-off we can deal with fairly easily in terms of increasing our spill. And that's what we do. We spill more when we need to improve the dissolved oxygen in the late summer. Another trade-off that we have is between our fish passage program and our water temperature management program. And for the most part, that resolves itself seasonally. So the primary migration period is in the early springtime. And that's when we also need that surface water for temperature management. So those two are kind of working together. But come May, we need to start blending in that cooler bottom water to meet our temperature targets. And we also are in the peak of our steelhead outmigration. And so in that case, we have a little bit of a conflict between the two. We have been able to, through adaptive management, figure out a way to kind of maximize both of those, in that we've been able to change our blending schedule. And so we know that the steelhead tend to be moving in the evening hours. So we're able to provide a lot of surface water during the evening, and then bring on the bottom water during the daytime when the steelhead don't need it to move. And then those waters mix in the reservoirs downstream so that you don't see, switches during the day in the lower Deschutes. And so we've been learning through the past 10 years of operating the SWW how to kind of deal with these different trade-offs and meet both objectives. So in general, the SWW is working. We're seeing fish return to the historic habitats to spawn. Lower Deschutes thermographs, what you'd expect without the dams in place. But certainly it's not that simple. The reintroduction effort is going to take decades, not a couple of years, in order to achieve its long-term goals of sustainable and harvestable runs. And we've heard concerns about changes in lower river ecology. And so both fisheries and water quality need a long-term adaptive management approach. So when we think about fisheries, Mike talked about a few of the things we're doing. This picture in the upper left of the slide shows one of our most recent additions, which is adding a lead net on the SWW. So that kind of triangle structure with the line down the middle, that's a net. It drops down about 70 feet. And it just creates an artificial shoreline that fish like to guide along, and should increase the number of fish we capture at the SWW. And that was just added this February. So we're continually looking at our facilities and ways to make improvements, and learning from others. That technology was really effective at Baker, which has one of the best reintroductions in the region. So I'm focusing mainly on water quality, so I'll talk a little bit more about our adaptive management on the water quality side. You can go to the next slide. So the main thing that we started to hear concerns from anglers in particular about changes in the lower river. And so we met with the agencies to figure out where the data gaps were. And the two things that came out of that process was there really was more need for data on nutrients and algae. And so those became the focus as we looked at developing kind of a water quality study. And the result was this multi-year water quality study. And we designed the study to make sure that it was as representative as reasonably possible. We collected data from the 3 rivers coming into the reservoirs, from within the reservoirs themselves, and then from insights all the way from the re-regulating dam to about a mile upstream of the mouth of the Columbia, or not, of the Deschutes where it hits the Columbia. We collected data over 2.5 years because we wanted to try to capture a range of conditions. And we were lucky in that we got a drought year in 2015 and we got some record snowfall in 2017. So we were able to get a good range. And then we consulted with Joe Eilers of Max Depth Aquatics and Kelly Vacher of Oregon State University to do the data analysis and modeling. And so we used all this data to put into a modeled approach where we were able to look at 11 different scenarios, including how we operate the SWW, and see what that looked like for lower Deschutes water quality. So, one scenario we looked at, for example, was operating the SWW to provide maximum bottom water year round. We also looked at things like climate change, nutrient reduction, and high flow events. And the full report's over 500 pages. So there's a lot of details. It's available in its entirety on our website, as is all the data in Excel spreadsheets is on our website as well. So that's there for reference. So next slide. So after the study was completed, as Smita alluded to, the Fish Committee formed a water quality work group. And the initial purpose of that work group was to dive into the study results and determine if management changes were warranted based on those results. And in general, what we found is that when we think about the basin as a whole, rather than kind of a specific spot or season, the current SWW operations balance the multiple uses in compliance with state and tribal water quality standards better than the other alternatives we looked at. But the study also clearly shows trade-offs. For example, one technology we went into the study fairly excited about was an algae net, and that's something that had been used effectively in Iron Gate Reservoir. It just kind of blocks off the passage of algae downstream. And we looked at various configurations of an algae net that would be placed in the port bay of Lake Billy Chinook. And what we found is that did provide some reduction in most years in the spring in terms of algae being passed to the lower Deschutes, but it also created worsened conditions in the popular reservoir for recreation, for people in Lake Billy Chinook. It's bad for fish passage because you're putting a wall in front of the collector. And then when we lifted the net, we sent a surge of material and warm water downstream. And so unfortunately, that solution, like many others, just didn't pan out when we stepped back and looked at the whole system and kind of the whole year. And so, the study unfortunately didn't point out any silver bullet solution to kind of water quality, but it did point out several areas for further study or improvement. For example, the water quality does show that with SWW, nutrients from the Crooked River are being passed into the lower Deschutes during a time of year when algae can take advantage of them more for growth. And the group, I think noted that nutrient reduction in the upper basin can improve lower river water quality. And I think that it's also important to point out that it benefits the Crooked River and it benefits the reintroduction program as well. So while it may take a while to see those changes in the lower river, we would see pretty quick changes, I think, to fish habitat in the Crooked, which is the tributary that's most used by our reintroduction fish. So after reviewing the study, the group segued into thinking about water quality more holistically and developed this graphic on the slide, which I believe is in your packet too, and is probably easier to read in that format. The committee, recognized that there are many components to water quality in the basin and that the basin needs monitoring, planning and coordination, habitat improvement, nutrient reduction, funding, and flow restoration. And we also recognize that the needs aren't universally the same across the basin. So we did attempt to highlight for each segment of the Deschutes Basin where the severity of the needs for the Deschutes River, for example, versus the Metolius. And so, for example, in the lower Deschutes, we felt the need was greatest for monitoring, planning, coordination, and funding. The Metolius had relatively few needs, and the Crooked had the most opportunity for improvement. And then if you looked at a river or reservoir section, we attempted to kind of highlight what the main drivers are for water quality in that segment, what impact those have on the river, and what metrics might be most useful to measure. So licensees are using this graphic to guide our adaptive management efforts. For example, we've committed long-term monitoring at index sites in the lower Deschutes River beyond just our compliance monitoring. And additionally, we've focused the latest round of the Pelton Fund on projects within the Crooked River Basin, committing $1.3 million to habitat improvements in the Crooked River. And again, from the licensee's perspective, the Crooked River is where we think we have the most opportunity to simultaneously and positively impact both our fisheries and water quality goals. So I encourage you guys to visit that fishcommittee.com website. I focused on water quality today, but on the website, you'll also see our reintroduction roadmap, which was developed by the Fish Committee to describe everything that we're doing and the strategies we're putting in place to move our fish reintroduction effort forward. And this graphics also contains hyperlinks to the work being done by PGE, as well as 20 other organizations that are actively working on various aspects of water quality in the Deschutes. So thank you. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or pass it on to Kate.
Do you have any comments or questions at this time? Doesn't look like it. Kate, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair George, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and my co-presenters have done a great job sketching out the basin. So that was a good segue into what the Deschutes River Conservancy and partners are actually doing to implement restoration actions in the basin. I'm Kate Fitzpatrick, the Executive Director with the Deschutes River Conservancy. I've been in this position since 2021 and with the organization since 2004. Next slide, please. I think it's important to take a moment to just talk about the history of the Deschutes River Conservancy. Our mission is to restore stream flow and water quality in the Deschutes Basin. We do it through collaboration and consensus. And the picture you see of the four gentlemen were four visionary leaders from different segments of interest groups that came together: the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, the irrigation community, and the environmental community back in the 90s to form an organization to cooperatively do projects and programs to restore flow and water quality, trying to avoid conflicts that we see so often in water issues. So that was the origin of the DRC. We're really focused on implementation with partners, on the ground results, strategy, and funding. Next slide, please. Just yet one more map of the Deschutes Basin for you, not on its side this time. We can go to the next slide. I should mention we work basin-wide, but most of our flow restoration work is focused above the Pelton Round Butte Dam complexes. That's where most of the flow restoration problems are. So really our focus and probably greatest strength and technical expertise has been stream flow restoration. How do we work with water rights holders to do projects and programs that restore stream flow? We have a variety of tools. Smita gave a great example of piping canals to put saved water back in stream. In addition to flow restoration, we realized that flow is really just one component of a healthy ecosystem and the restoration actions that need to happen. So we have in particular one partnership that's been really robust called the Deschutes Partnership that has focused on the reaches of the anadromous reintroduction that Mike and Megan spoke about. So specifically in Watersheds Creek and the Lower Crooked River, we have bonded together with several other conservation groups, including the two watershed councils and the Land Trust, to put our variety of expertise together to leverage optimal benefits. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And as part of that as well, we are trying to work through that partnership to continue to meet water quality temperature target in Watersheds Creek that's associated with a habitat conservation plan that the irrigation district has just signed up for, which is to meet 20 degrees Celsius temperature target, which is at the hottest part of the creek in the hottest part of the summer. So that's ongoing partnership work. We have other partnerships in the basin beyond those reintroduction reaches as well. If you remember the pictures of the eroding banks and the upper Deschutes, we have both a flow management strategy in the works as well as a flow habitat restoration strategy that integrates the habitat restoration with the Watershed Council, Forest Service, and other partners as well. Similar work that's emerging on Trout Creek to really marry the flow and habitat restoration actions there as well. Trout Creek is actually a steelhead tributary in the lower Deschutes. And then the Crooked River Water Quality Partnership is a really big priority for the DRC, and that's an emerging scope of work that we can talk about as I move through the slides. Next slide, please. So just to focus on the status of our restoration work, these are just examples of some of the critically altered flows that we were formed to address in the Deschutes, Wachusett, and the Crooked Rivers, where, but, specifically in the summer, in most cases, the flows would get critically low for fish and wildlife. Next slide, please. And this is just a snapshot of our collective flow restoration work over time. We're nearing 300 cubic feet per second of flows restored through different creeks throughout the basin. Again, through some different tools, including water conservation, water marketing work, and agreements with irrigation districts. Next slide, please. So here's just an example of some of our successful flow restoration work in Wachusett Creek, which is one of those steelhead reintroduction reaches. And next slide. Just a little bit more of a focus on that Deschutes partnership I talked about, where every partner has a unique role. You can see the DRC brings the stream flow restoration work to the table. The Deschutes Land Trust does land conservation work so that they can expand the riparian area that can be worked on for habitat activities. And then the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council comes in and implements the habitat restoration work. They also do the water quality monitoring work and other monitoring work for the partnership. And so together we've created, much better outcomes than either of us could create on our own. Next slide, please. I think is a good visual of that. This used to be a channelized creek that was right up against a canyon wall that was straightened in the 60s after the floods and didn't have water in it most years in August and didn't really have any riparian habitat or floodplain connectivity. So it's that combination of land conservation, habitat restoration, and flow work that you're seeing to really bring a valley back to life. Again, holistic results. We do our work in partnership, so we're really optimizing the benefits. We're also supporting our communities and agriculture while doing this work, and we're building community support along the way. Next slide, please. So just to focus a little bit more on our water quality work, which is the focus of today. First and foremost, we've been really restoring flows and addressing that first limitation that SMETA identified with the stream flow alteration. And in many cases in our basin, high water temperatures is a critical water quality limiting factor. So when we can restore flows, we are improving the water quality through temperature, as well as dissolved oxygen and pH in a lot of cases. We work with the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council to do the monitoring to inform this work, which tracks the trends as we're restoring flow. How are we affecting water temperatures? And they do this through some regression equations and statistic analysis that also helps predict how much flow you need to reach certain temperature targets. I mentioned our partnership approach to meeting a specific target in Wachusett Creek that I just thought might be of interest to this group. It's going to take more flow than we will probably be able to secure to reach this temperature target through flow restoration alone. So we are doubling down with our partners to think about things like pulse flow or habitat restoration or other opportunities to really meet that target. Moving over to the Crooked River, and Megan just kind of queued us up well for that. This is, a priority focus, I think, in the whole basin for improving water quality based on what you saw in that water quality study that has recently been finished up. So there's kind of two different areas of focus we have. One is within Central Oregon Irrigation District has an area where they have a tailwater return or an operational return into the Crooked River that could be improved. And so we're working right now with a feasibility study grant to understand what implementation actions can actually remedy that problem. So that's a fairly discrete project that we hope to get the information we need to improve that with the irrigation district and move forward with implementation. I say it's simple, but there's probably, 10 or 15 landowners and all sorts of operational things happening there. But this will really move us forward on knowing how to address that particular issue. And then probably I would think of most interest to this group is Crooked River Water Quality Partnership that we have with several local partners in the Crooked River watershed. That includes the City of Prineville, Crook County, Ochoco Irrigation District, the Crooked River Watershed Council, and the Crook County Soil and Water Conservation District, as well as Trout Unlimited and OSU Extension. There might be a couple that I'm missing. I know that DEQ is going to be involved as well. This partnership is really focused on understanding how do we address the water quality issues, specifically nitrogen in the Crooked River watershed that can benefit, as Megan mentioned, the Crooked River specifically and the fish reintroduction, as well as some of the issues that we're seeing in the lower Deschutes. So this group is focused on, we are finishing up what's called a strategic action plan using the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board framework for that strategic action plan. That includes a theory of change, which lays out the primary strategies that we have to address these issues and how we think those are gonna, benefit the resource. There's also continued monitoring going on within the partnership. Those two things we hope will come together to a place where we can really all focus on implementation. The DRC's role in this, we're very committed to working with our local and through our local partners in this effort. And we believe we can bring some, strategic thinking and partnerships and funding to help with this partnership effort. Next slide, please. So opportunities for collaboration was the fourth question I was asked to address. I did not have any comments on the tension, number 3, the tension question. I don't think that falls in my wheelhouse. So I'm going to focus on the opportunities. We've talked about a lot of this already. I think that Crooked River Water Quality Partnership is a great opportunity. I think DEQ's expertise will be critical to this effort and really working with all the technical experts, all the local partners to get this work on the ground. This is a place where I feel like it's just an opportunity to all band together and put resources into specific implementation projects that will benefit the resource. Continued work in Wachuse Creek, I mentioned some of that, trying to reach temperature standards in Wachuse Creek. We have a Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative that's working on a water management master plan in the Deschutes, and we have DEQ engagement on that, which is the new integrated water resources strategy position, I believe, in the Deschutes. We just had our first meeting this week. We're super excited to have DEQ participation in that, kind of helping inform our water management goals into the future. And then there's just emerging upper Deschutes issues that I was really excited to hear Smita talk about. The LG studies happening in the reservoirs in the upper Deschutes. There's some nitrate issues also in South County Deschutes, and other things that are coming to light as reservoir levels get low with drought and getting exacerbated. So I think there's plenty of opportunities to work on that. I would love for the agency and other partners to just consider the DRC as a partner and a resource to help bring coordination, funding, and implementation capacity to all of this work. And I will be happy to take any questions.
Looking for any raised hands, and I'm not seeing any right now. I know everybody's digesting a lot of information. So why don't we just keep going, and we will hold on to those questions if they occur to us.
All right, well, I'll go ahead. Thank you and good afternoon, Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, and Commissioners Kyle, Slusher, and Addington. My name is Ben Kirsch, and I'm the staff attorney for the Deschutes River Alliance. Thank you for your continued attention to the lower Deschutes River and the whole Deschutes Basin. Over the last hour, you've heard a lot about the progress being made throughout the basin, as well as the challenges it faces. And this work being done is important, and it will need much more in the decades to come. But what I want to do right now is take a step back and share the perspective from the end of the basin and offer a simple path forward. Next slide, please. These two photos tell just part of the lower river story over the last decade. On the left, you can see what a healthy aquatic ecosystem in the lower Deschutes should look like. Clean rock surfaces that can host aquatic insects. Unfortunately, conditions in the lower river have dramatically changed and is now better reflected by the photo on the right. and we attribute this sudden change to tower operations at the project. Before the tower, the lower Deschutes was not covered in this nuisance algae that we see today, and that is despite having been 303D listed since 1998, well before the tower was installed. But conditions don't need to stay this way, and there's a simple path forward. Enforce Oregon's water quality laws and the tower's operational requirements as they are currently written and approved. Next slide, please. As has been mentioned, when DEQ approved its Section 401 certification, the tower promised not only to facilitate fish reintroduction, but that it would help meet temperature and water quality standards in the lower river. In approving the 401 cert, DEQ determined that the project and the SWW tower will not cause or contribute to water quality violations, and the importance of that certification decision should not be overlooked. Both the project's supportive biological opinions and its 50-year FERC license both relied on DEQ's decision there, as well as expected its ongoing enforcement. But the tower has not met and DEQ has not enforced those water quality expectations. Next slide, please. Despite ongoing non-compliance with both state standards and the agreed to terms of the 401 cert, DEQ has consistently avoided requiring full compliance, and this is undoubtedly contributing to the current impaired conditions that you see on the right. But we are not without hope. When tower operations have more closely reflected their requirements, we have seen immediate and significant improvements in water quality. Those moments remind us that the lower Deschutes, when it is fully supported, is resilient and can recover to its full former glory. But without consistent enforcement by DEQ, the river will continue to face severely limited water quality. To restate our priorities, we simply want DEQ to enforce Oregon's water quality standards and the tower's operational requirements. Next slide, please. So while the explosion of nuisance algae is one clear result of non-enforcement, it is not the only result. The excessive algal growth further contributes to higher pH levels than existed before the tower, to the proliferation of pollutant-tolerant aquatic insects, and to low and erratic dissolved oxygen levels. The tower's consistently warmer temperature discharge has supported that algal growth, and additionally, the warm water discharge has increased fish parasite prevalence, has shifted spawn timing for resident fish, has failed to support the biological needs of the ESA-listed bull trout, and does not support the cold water refuge in the Columbia. All of these issues can be improved simply through DEQ enforcement of water quality and operational standards. So let's take a quick look at what those standards call for, starting with pH. Next slide, please. Both the state and project operational standards set the maximum pH level at 8.5. The lower river's pH levels over the last decade show the clearest impact of current tower operations. Next slide, please. Here we see DEQ's pH sampling from the lower Deschutes, both before and after tower operations began. In 2005, between 2005 and the start of tower operations, which is marked by the blue line, there was just a single pH standard exceedance. But after tower operations began, you can see that pH exceedances became a regular and yearly occurrence. Next slide, please. And when you look at continuous monitoring data, you can see the true extent of those exceedances. In every year between 2016 and 2020, there have been months-long periods of pH levels exceeding that 8.5 standard, shown in the blue box. And in each of these years, pH levels have further topped 9.0 for long periods of time. Next slide. Dissolved oxygen, as you've heard, is a similar story. Tower operations required year-round compliance with the spawning standard, which is now set at 9.0 milligrams per liter. As we discussed during our October EQC meeting, DEQ has been applying a much shorter spawning period, one that conflicts with current red band trout spawning and incubation use. Next slide, please. This graph shows 2016's oxygen levels. As was mentioned earlier, the height of these lines shows the daily high and low temperature, or the high and low oxygen levels in the river. And the taller the line, the larger the daily swing in oxygen, and the larger that swing, the more stress is added to fish. Next slide, please. Overlaying DEQ's shortened spawning season, we see that oxygen levels are generally met from January 1st to June 15th. Next slide. But when you add ODFW's current use designations, oxygen content drops below the 9.0 standard starting in July. Next slide, please. And keeping in mind that the operational standards for the tower require year-round compliance, we see oxygen levels drop below 9 and reach lower than 8.0 for long periods of time. Next slide. 2020's data shows the same trend. Summer oxygen levels regularly dropping below the spawning standard, and again, consistently dipping below 8.0. Next slide, please. Finally, summer water temperatures below the project also fail to meet current operational standards. DEQ designated the bull trout temperature standard in its 401 certification, and Oregon's current bull trout standard is 12 degrees Celsius. Next slide. As 2016's data show here, summer temperatures below the project regularly exceed that 12-degree standard. In fact, there are very few days in the 6-month stretch between May and October where the 12-degree standard is met. Next slide. And these same conditions are seen again in 2020. Between May and October, temperatures consistently top 13 and 14 degrees Celsius. And while we have selected data mainly from 2016 and 2020, these same temperature, dissolved oxygen, and pH trends can be seen in every year since tower operations began. But in spite of year after year of these sobering data, the DRA has seen glimmers of hope that these poor conditions can change. Next slide, please. This graph shows that changes in tower operations can and have cooled water temperatures for the whole length of the lower river. In the blue box, you see a steep 3-degree temperature drop directly below the project over just a single day. And that's a significant and immediate change. Even more encouraging, the orange box shows that just a few days later, there is a corresponding temperature drop all the way at the mouth of the river. This means that operational changes not only improve conditions directly below the project, but benefit the whole length of the river, including the cold water refuge in the Columbia River. Next slide. Further, this graph shows that the cooling effect persists even through extremely high air temperatures. The gray line at the top of the graph shows air temperatures increasing from around 75 degrees to nearly 100 degrees during the month of July. However, the blue line at the bottom shows that the water temperature increase that would normally follow this air temperature increase simply did not happen. Instead, water temperatures near the mouth remained constant, and the red line explains why. Increased bottom draw at the tower. The cooler bottom water was able to keep water temperatures consistent even as air temperatures increased. Next slide, please. And we've seen hopeful improvements in oxygen content as well. Next slide. In 2020, we saw 2 markedly different periods of summer oxygen levels. In August, we see a sudden jump in oxygen content followed by less extreme daily swings. And again in September, we see a significant reduction in those daily swings. These correspond to periods of full spill at the re-regulating dam, the 3rd dam of the project. And the end of these 2 periods likewise corresponds to the end of that full spill period. These operational changes offer hopeful glimpses that water quality can improve. They show the tower can achieve state and operational standards, and by consistently meeting those standards, the lower river can begin its recovery. Next slide, please. So in review, the DRA's priorities and objects are very simple. All we want are for water quality and operational standards to be met. When those agreed to standards are not being met, we want DEQ to fulfill its regulatory duty and enforce the standards. Absent that DEQ enforcement, we ask that the EQC take an active role in ensuring those standards are met. We are simply asking for the current Section 401 certification to be enforced as was expected by FERC, by other federal agencies, the settlement parties, and by everyone who loves the lower Deschutes. Continuing to overlook this noncompliance is actively contributing to ongoing water quality exceedances in the lower river. And for the sake of the struggling aquatic ecosystem, and for the past, present, and future generations who rely on the river, we must do better. So please act decisively to restore and preserve the lower Deschutes River for generations to come. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions now at this time.
Thank you. Well, commissioners, do you have questions and comments? Well, thank you. That's very helpful to put back the guiding questions. I know myself, I'm kind of processing, right? It was a lot of information. And so it might take me a little while to kind of to do that. Commissioner Addington has a comment for us.
Yeah, just for Mr. Kirsch, just could you give me just an outline of the Deschutes River Alliance, who you are, who you represent?
Sure.
If you did that, I'm sorry.
Sure. So we are, we act as the voice of the lower river. We hope to restore water quality, to make a healthy aquatic environment, and to make sure that the North Central Oregon communities who rely on the river can continue their life and rely on the river for their ongoing livelihood.
Thank you. So to put, I guess, a finer point on it, I mean, that's what we're here to do. We're here to talk. We're here to hear from many parties and to understand where the tensions and the trade-offs are. So, Mr. Kirsch, you just made, some strong points about the work that you have seen and the impacts of different management protocols at the tower. Perhaps we can provide an opportunity to say for other folks to speak to our question 3 areas is what are the management trade-offs or tensions in meeting these multiple priorities? So again, I'm feeling a little awash in data. You could convince me that I actually have already seen the answer to my question, but what are those trade-offs or tensions? And if somebody could just, speak to that, I think that helps us have an understanding of the challenges for this management scenario. And I didn't pick somebody. So I realized that more than one person may wish to provide some perspective on that. Megan, thank you for volunteering.
Sure, I can talk a little bit more about some of these issues and particularly the trade-offs. So, one of the things that we commonly kind of run into in the summer is temperature management, in particular in years like last year, where we had really challenging drought conditions. And so, in June of last year, we had temperatures that were 116 degrees in Madras. And so we were faced with sort of tough decisions and conversations around, should we increase bottom water when typically we would be at a blend of surface and bottom water? Or should we stick with what, our WQMMP tells us to do and stick to that blend? And the decision at the time was to continue with our protocol, continue with our mix, because even with that mix of bottom and top water, our releases at the project stayed below 62 degrees Fahrenheit. And so they weren't optimum by any means, but they also weren't something you wouldn't expect during a heat wave of that magnitude. And we were grateful we did that because come August, first week of August, we were looking at the forecast and saying that we were expecting another situation where we were going to have temperatures of over 100 degrees. And in that time, it was a little bit of a different decision because we were already through the majority of the summer and there really wasn't the same need to save that cold water in the reservoir. And so we worked with DEQ and the tribes as water quality managers and the tribes and ODFW as fisheries managers and made the decision to go to full bottom opening or 60% bottom water a week earlier than we would have under kind of normal conditions. And so, that's one example where we kind of adapted based on the conditions and we weighed sort of the long-term needs for that cold water, as well as the needs for recognizing that, August is that key time to provide that refuge for Chinook and steelhead in the lower river. So maybe I hope that kind of gives you a little more example of one of those trade-offs.
Well, I think it does, but is the bottom line there, and forgive me and my simple mind, but is that issue there that the balancing of having to forego electricity generation is, I'm just trying to make sure I really understand what it is that is the challenge.
Sure. So when it comes to temperature, electricity generation it's not part of the discussion. We generate the same amount of electricity if we're taking top water or bottom water. Both of those are going through our turbines. So that's really not a factor.
I see.
The issue is, like in the simplest terms, the Metolius water is the cold water, and it's coming into the reservoir, about 1,400 CFS average, and we're putting downstream 4,500 CFS. And so basically we're, drawing from our bank quicker than we're refilling it. And so we don't create cold water. We have to figure out how to use the water that we have available. And so that's where the trade-off comes in.
Understood. Thank you, Megan. And just, for others who probably know more about this than I do, the other challenge being we're of course focused on the facilities and the rivers here in this basin, in the Deschutes, where we know that there's other structures in other basins that do have quite different impacts on their downstream waters. And so part of it for me too is just trying to be focused on this basin and what the trade-offs are here. Well, indeed, at other places, in other systems, the issues can look a little bit different. Commissioner Kyle.
Thank you. And I really do appreciate all of the presentations. I too am trying to kind of draw the connections between the different presentations, and in particular for Kate Fitzpatrick's, because stream flow clearly is a really important aspect of this. On your slide, it's 21 in the presentation, the stream flow restoration results. I'm kind of trying to draw connections between what seems to be an improvement in stream flow restoration, largely being driven by flow agreement, an increase in flow agreements, and an increase in conservation. How this connects with the other aspects of the other presentations that we heard. So also the management of the dams, but also I would anticipate that improving stream flow would also have the improvements on the downstream and the lower Deschutes. So could you kind of speak perhaps to how the improved stream flow happened, which is the question specifically to Kate, and then perhaps to the other panelists, how this improving in stream flow, which seems to be a relatively recent improvement, kind of ties into the other management and water quality concerns that the other groups have mentioned.
Commissioner Kyle, I will take a crack at it, and I might lean on some of my other panelists to fill in. So the stream flow restoration you're seeing happens in multiple tributaries above the project. Middle Deschutes, Watersheds Creek, Tumalo Creek, for example, and in those tributaries that has improved the water quality. In those reaches, nitrates are not the major issues of concern. Once you get to the project at Lake Billy Chinook, the way the hydrogeology works, the groundwater springs discharge, increasing the flows by, I want to say, 5,000 times as much. And so you all of a sudden are not dealing with flow restoration as a major limiting factor. And so the benefits you've had in those tributaries get diluted a bit by the time, I mean, it still is helpful, but gets diluted a bit by the time you're trying to impact the lower Deschutes. I do think, one of the takeaways from how our work can help is that the water quality study identifying the Crooked River as a major contributor, I think 80% of the nitrates and phosphate, the nutrients that are impacting the lower Deschutes are coming from the lower Crooked River. And Megan, you can help me with getting, if I got that exactly right. And so there's a lot of strategies that can help with that, including irrigation management, on-farm management. But one of those is stream flow restoration, because you are diluting, the concentrations in the Crooked River. And so I think when I look at what we have to offer as an organization, that stream flow restoration tool in the toolkit can contribute to the work in the Crooked River, which does by churn have benefit in the lower Deschutes for some of the issues we've been talking about. I might stop there and see if Megan or Mike or Smita, you want to add or correct any of that information.
I would, I guess, just add more from the fisheries perspective, but this work is really important to the restoration efforts. We know that our collection of juveniles for the reintroduction program at the STMDW is highly tied to stream flow, and we see fish moving out of the tributaries when we have good springtime flows. And in years where we have drought or we have struggled with stream flows, we just don't see fish moving out. So that's one of the main benefits that I see from the work that DRC and others are doing to help stream flows. And you know, I think I agree with what Kate said as well on the water quality pieces.
Yeah, and this is Mike Harrington from ODFW, and I would just support that as well. You know, this is an issue we see statewide with climate change. We see our streams warming, and we're put in a position where we're having to make climate angling frameworks to adjust to fishing hours when seasons get hot. And water quality and quantity is really the key here. The more water we have in stream, the more high quality water we have in stream, the better we'll be able to preserve our fisheries statewide in general.
Commissioner Slusher.
Hi, thank you, Chair George. I'm curious about the project's impacts on water temperature compared to what you would expect the water temperature to look like due to climate change. So I recognize that prior to the project's implementation, the water in the lower Deschutes was colder because the dam was drawing the cold water from deep below the reservoir, deep at the bottom of the reservoir. And now the water temperature fluctuates slightly during different times of the year because you're trying to recreate more natural conditions. So the temperatures of the tributaries of the water from the tributaries entering the reservoir. And so I'm just wondering if you have any idea how if the current temperature, I guess I would say from maybe 2000 onward, if it more accurately reflects natural conditions now with climate change, like taking climate change into account, or if the project is better able to sort of adjust temperatures in a way that reflects pre-climate change conditions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can take a stab at that one. So our current program it isn't restoring historic temperatures. So it really is the temperatures that the lower river would be without the dams and reservoirs in place today. And so it is sort of reflecting what we're already seeing in terms of warming temperatures with climate change, in that when the tributaries are warming and we have seen some increase in warmth, that is happening in the lower Deschutes as well, because we're using that current data of the tributary and air temperature to determine what our lower temperatures should be. So it's more, you know, the temperatures with climate change. We're not mitigating for climate change with these current operations. Hopefully that was clear.
Yes, and I see you, Ben. We'll get to you here in just 1 second. So I hear that, Megan. Can that change? Is there anything that can be done to account for the realities that we are seeing and its impact on the system?
You know, kind of, we do have that constraint in that we don't create cold water at the project. So, you know, as I was mentioning, we kind of have this bank and we have to figure out how to use it. So I think that, you know, as Kate was talking about the flow restoration, that's important. Any of the work that we can do in the upper basin and protecting the groundwater is important. Those are probably the key things we can do to make sure that the temperatures coming into the project are cooler. And then in turn, our temperatures going out of the project will be cooler. And we're trying to support those as well and make sure that we're doing our part.
Thank you. Ben.
At this point, it's kind of been covered already by Megan's response, but the way that the required temperature discharge is calculated is the 7-day average maximum temperature of the 3 tributary inflows. So as those rivers increase in temperature, the discharge, that is the target discharge temperature, will also increase. So just wanted to clarify that point.
And that is helpful to understand. So forgive me if this is opening up a whole nother challenge. So again, I want to start by saying I'm not that familiar with this basin. I have done a fair amount of temperature-related work in Eastern Oregon, up in the Northeast. And one of the things that we learned there through our work with Umatilla, TMDL work, is how on the east side, hyporheic flows, meaning the ability for water to be in river water and then in riparian zone soils or gravels, and to move back and forth because it's such an arid environment that the kind of hardening of riparian zones that has occurred can be a real limitation in the cooling and moderating effect of riparian zones. I don't know when you have such a reservoir, dominated environment, but I don't know if either, upstream or downstream, those types of hyporheic flows are an important contributor or moderator in this system. So I wanted to throw the question out there to see if that is a significant function here, or if other factors just kind of overwhelm what might otherwise be that effect of that hyporheic transition.
You can take a stab at that. The Deschutes Basin is really unique in that it's spring dominated, and spring temperatures tend to be much cooler than surface water temperatures.
Yes.
And so that's really the key, is maintaining those cool spring temperatures all the way downstream, as far downstream as we can get them. And hyporheic is less important, I think, especially in the lower Deschutes, because it's in a canyon. There's not really a floodplain where you would kind of get more of those hyporheic benefits.
Thank you for that. Kate, I think I saw your hand. Did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to add that again, in some of those upstream tributaries, I think that work is important, like that picture I showed you on Washouts Creek, reconnecting the floodplain. The Watershed Council has a lot of monitoring in place to actually answer that very question, and whether that's going to attenuate and release flows later in the season and contribute to hopefully some cooling temperatures. So I think in some of the reaches, there's some opportunity there. I think when you get to the size of Lake Billy Chinook and then the lower Deschutes, as Smita said, it's getting diluted a little bit.
Sure. And then Commissioner Slusher, did I see your hand as well?
Yeah, I had a quick, thank you, Chair George. I had a quick follow-up question for Ben, and I was just wondering if you think that the conditions that you're seeing now post-project implementation in the lower Deschutes are purely the result of the project itself, or if they are the result of changing climate conditions that are just changing the nature of the water that's coming out of the project that would occur even if the project didn't exist.
Sure. Thank you, Chair George, Commissioner Slusher. So my answer to that would be to point you to the pH measurements that from DEQ's sampling. Before the tower, pH was right around, if not always below the 8.5 standard. And then once tower operations began, pH standard exceedances happen yearly now. So there's clearly something with the tower that is contributing to these water quality issues, especially with pH, which is reflective of nutrients and the algal growth. So that is definitely what we see as the cause to a lot of these ecological changes.
And Commissioner Addington, I thought I saw your hand.
Thank you, Chair George. Yeah, this is the portion where, as a commissioner, you just try not to ask the dumbest question, which is why Commissioner Barrasso is the smartest one, because he doesn't raise his hand during this whole process. This is great. I appreciate the panel, all of you, and I can certainly recognize the complexity of the issues here, while not really completely feeling like I have my head around everything. So there's this conflict. This may be oversimplification, and this conflict between the lower river and the upper basin and the reintroduction, it appears. And then you have a pending TMDL. How does the TMDL do we think the TMDL is going to solve this problem at all, or make things better, or is it just one more, piece of the puzzle that has to be figured out? I don't. That's a pretty wide open question, but hopefully somebody has something to say about that.
Well, Director Whitman has something, so let's hear from you, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Addington, Chair George. I probably should follow Vice Chair Barrasso's model here and keep my mouth shut, but as you all know, it's hard for me to resist weighing in on some of this. I do want to set a little bit of context for the Commission about how this presentation, which has been great to hear from all the different parties, and I think a lot of useful information, how this is going to come before you all in the future. And so I want to talk just a little bit about that. I think, Jennifer, you may have been planning to do some of that also. So, but just to kind of set that up, we have several moving parts here. We've got moving part in terms of climate, in terms of operations, of Pelton, in terms of reintroduction, in terms of water quality conditions in the lower river. But then we also have your water quality standards, which are going to be coming before you later this year in the form of aquatic life criteria, which are criteria around when particular fish species are present in waterways. And those periods in turn trigger particular water quality standards. So it's directly relevant to some of what we're talking about here. And then in addition to the standards changing, we also have the 401 water quality certification for this project, which will likely undergo some change modification here, probably after the standards piece is taken care of. And that will be coming before DEQ later. And then within the existing 401 certification, or you can think of it as a license, part of the FERC license, that has its own adaptive management component also. So all of these things are kind of moving parts as we work with all the interest here to try to get to, bottom line, I think we're all trying to get to the best result for fisheries. And by moving all these different levers. So this is an ongoing effort, conversation with all these parties to understand their perspectives, the information they bring to the table, and to try to, get to the best result that we can for fish. That's what this is ultimately about. So that's just a little high-level perspective on this. We're not going to answer any of this today. We're probably not going to answer it even with the rulemaking on the aquatic life criteria. Hopefully with some of the 401 conversation, that's where we'll start to work out some of the specifics on this with regard to Pelton operations. So I hope that's helpful. And Jennifer, I kind of dove in there, but if you want to add anything to that, please feel free.
Yeah, thank you, Director Whitman. A couple of just brief notes. You did great in terms of covering things. A couple of things I'll put in front of the commission is that we are planning to come and just give you kind of a mid-project update on the aquatic life uses work at your next commission meeting. So we'll give you kind of a broad-based overview there so you have a sense of what's being looked at. And you probably, I think Commissioner Slusher, you probably noticed that in the queue, and it's not for immediate work, but in the queue, for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about today, we are putting the Deschutes TMDL in the queue for doing work there. And I do, one of the benefits of doing a TMDL is it also gives us some more of that holistic look on the basin, understanding, in some cases gives us a better handle on what are some of these more complex relationships. You've heard temperature, dissolved oxygen, nutrients, and pH, they all kind of have a relationship to one another, in the stream system itself and on different types of environmental effects that we do see. So that's a little bit further down the road, but the things that Director Whitman mentioned, those are all things that are in the shorter term queue that you'll be hearing about.
Vice Chair Barrasso.
Picked up on the comments there. Thank you, Commissioner Addington and Director Whitman. I have absolutely been, I appreciate the presentation. I've been really trying to think through what is my questions here. I think, and so maybe this is an ask to staff because there's a tremendous amount of information that was presented here, and I'm almost looking for some direction to orient all of this content. And I know, Richard, you spoke to a couple places where, but almost putting this into more context for us, because this is a lot here that's getting thrown in front of us. And so I guess just one question I do have around. So that's maybe just one that asks the staff that as this comes back, I just want more help in orienting these issues. And I don't know what that looks like. I don't know whether that's someone hired for a graphics production, but there's a lot here, and it's hard to get my head wrapped around it, despite being on the commission for as long as I have. The second thing, question I had is we're talking about everyone, collectively, that we're trying to do what's best for our fisheries and our fish. And I just want to ask it so I can make sure it's clear to me. Are there different fisheries that are there different particular fisheries that folks are interested in? I'm trying to parse out if Director Whitman, if what you said is we're trying to do what's best for the fish here, is it different fisheries that are at play? It's confusing, the realm of information that's being presented here.
Mike, you want to take a shot at that?
Yep, I do. And I apologize. I realized my presentation was a little bit all over the place. It's not really how I normally go. I think I can summarize this pretty simply. I mean, I think there's a lot of concern that people have about fisheries right now. And I think a lot of that's from what you've been hearing in the media about, some of, steelhead in particularly. In last spring or last summer in the Deschutes, we saw some of the lowest returns of steelhead we've ever seen in history. And so people start to panic, and especially people that are more Deschutes centric think, well, what's going on in the Deschutes? That's something that we saw all the way from the southernmost habitats for steelhead and into their northernmost distributions. Steelhead were down everywhere. And so right there, it wasn't a Deschutes issue specific. This was ocean conditions. We've had some pretty, frankly, horrible ocean conditions over the last several years caused by climate change. Thankfully, we're going into a period of some of our best ocean conditions on record that we've seen in quite a while. So we're expecting some improved returns 23, 24. In terms of the fisheries that are resident in the Deschutes, we have no cause for concern. Densities are as high or higher than we've seen from our research over the last several years. Condition factors are high. I've had people point out, yeah, well, there's disease on these fish, and there is some disease showing up in these fish, and that disease is black spot. And that's just an aesthetic. It's just black spots showing up on the fish. I mean, it's akin to teenage acne. I mean, no effect, really. It just doesn't look pretty. So those fish are healthy. We're really happy with the shift that we've seen in their spawning times. We think that's going to ultimately help out not only resident fish, but our anadromous fish populations, because like I said, that'll give them more time to grow larger before they smolt and move out to sea. Additionally, some of the other efforts we've made in terms of reducing straying, that's helped as well. So overall, I'd say the Deschutes River specifically is healthy. The only cause for concern is what we're seeing with ocean conditions and what the effect has been on our anadromous fish populations.
Thank you. You know, Mike, while we have you, we've really appreciated everybody's presentation here. One of the things we've discussed a couple times at this table is that from time to time over the course of the year, we try to meet and share information with other state agencies particularly in areas where our work overlaps, right? So with forestry and smoke management, of course, is a key one, and the Oregon Department of Health, and the Oregon Department of Agriculture. One of the things we've talked about, especially when we are coming back to these designated uses upon which water quality standards are built, right? And that's why we have certain standards that are applicable in some places, in some basins, and not others. In Oregon, a lot of those things come down to fisheries issues. And so one of the things we've discussed in the past is an interest in possibly at a future meeting, kind of having a similar briefing, probably from you or somebody in your department, because those wildlife issues, they can certainly also come into play at times in cleanup. But I just think I'd like to put a note to the side to say I'd probably like to work with the director and our respective staff to say that probably would be a good thing to do, wherein the work of our two departments come together and in some cases become drivers for additional work of the department and the commission. So I'll just mention that. And then also, Ben, I see that you had a comment.
Sure, I just wanted to bring it back to the question on the trade-offs and tensions and bring back up the 401 water quality certification, that it specifically looked at that issue there of whether the project will be able to operate in a way that will allow for fishery introduction while also meeting and not contributing to water quality violations. So a lot of those tensions were considered then. And I think if those standards, if the operational requirements are met, then a lot of these tensions start to disappear and the fish have a healthier and more sustainable habitat to live in.
Thank you. All right. Any last comments before we leave this agenda topic? Thanks again to everybody who presented and shared their information. It's obviously truly a complex and challenging basin, and a lot for us to think about was provided today. All right. I'm not seeing any more hands. So again, please know that we really appreciate all the work that was brought before us today. So now we're going to be getting ready for our public forum. And Stephanie, you usually have some announcements and reminders to everybody about how we're going to handle that.
Yes, thank you, Chair George. And thank you. This is Stephanie Caldera, your EQC Commission Assistant. So now, yes, commissioners, if you are ready to move to public forum, I will bring on screen a series of directions that I will also state verbally. Public forum is our commission's opportunity for public comment. Typically, we do post online that we ask folks to limit their comment to 3 minutes or less. That is time dependent, Chair George. So as we gather the folks who are interested in presenting comment today, we will time check on that. And so if there is anyone present in the meeting who would like to present comment during this next period, we do ask you use the raise hand function that's on your reactions panel, typically if you're on the online system. If you are connected by telephone only, you may access the same function by pressing *9. Some members of our participants today have indicated that, so I'm going to take just a moment, Chair George, to count and put in order the people who have used this raise hand function in their Zoom participants panel, or pressed *9 if they're connected by touch tone telephone only to this meeting. So it'll be just a moment for me to tally that, and I will do that and be right back, Chair George.
That sounds great. Thanks very much. And just as a reminder, at 4 o'clock, I'm going to need to be leaving the meeting, unfortunately, but our Vice Chair, Sam Barrasso, is ready to take over. So don't be surprised when that transition happens. And yes, because this is a bit of a rolling process, Stephanie is looking at how many folks want to speak now. We'll often have a check-in later in the public comment period, and sometimes we get additional folks who have decided or have joined the call and want to speak. So we do ask that you respect that time frame, just so that we can hear it from as many people as possible. And so we'll usually give you a moment to complete your thought, but we do ask you respect that time frame. If somebody should happen to kind of forget, we might have to just speak up and say thank you for your thoughts, and then that's your signal to be done, just so that we can move on to the next person. But please know, we really appreciate everybody who chooses to come and share their thoughts with us. This is an incredibly important part of all of our meetings, so thank you very much.
And thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, your Commission Assistant. Currently, I have 18 people in our sign-up list. And so when you are ready to proceed, Chair George, I have noted the first several. I will take note of the others, keep a tally as we go along. As Chair George noted, on screen you will see effectively 3 slides. One that says, please state your name when you begin. You will also receive 2 warnings, one at approximately 1 minute left and one at approximately 15 seconds left. For your time today, that will be on screen, and if necessary, we will gently note verbally to please wrap today. So Chair George, when you are ready to proceed, Mary Ann Cooper is the first speaker in our list today.
Yes, welcome, Mary Ann Cooper.
Thank you, Chair George and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Mary Ann Cooper, and I am here today on behalf of the Oregon Farm Bureau Federation. I am commenting on an article that recently ran in the Oregon Capital Chronicle that said that Oregon has the most miles of polluted or impaired waterways nationwide, according to a new analysis from the Environmental Integrity Project. This was due to the latest water quality reports in both the 2018-20 and I think the 2022 integrated report. And we had commented as those reports were drafted, stating that we thought DEQ's approach was going to lead to very misleading listing decisions, particularly the decision to list all waterways on a watershed scale, sometimes due to very few data points within a single waterway within an entire subwatershed. And so we had raised at this exact concern that it would get misinterpreted and kind of used against the agency, when we're really proud of the water quality work that we've done in this state and think the state is making phenomenal progress toward meeting water quality goals and ensuring that we have safe drinking and recreation water and agricultural water, irrigation water for all Oregonians. We also think this is driven by water quality standards in our state that are unworkable. We list a lot more and have more stringent water quality standards than a lot of the rest of the nation. And that means that we have, the perception, erroneous perception that we have poor water quality in the state, or that we're not moving toward meeting our water quality goals. And this is, again, something that we've raised repeatedly in front of the agency and said, you know, this is really going to be misleading to the public, misleading to Oregonians, make people afraid that we're not doing good work on water quality in the state, and push for even more work to be done when this work is already happening at tremendous cost to Oregon businesses and to all Oregonians. So I just wanted to comment and say, I think it's unacceptable that this happened and that this data is out in such a misleading form, when again, we have done so much in our state to protect and improve water quality, and that this is made largely due to, one, unworkable water quality standards that drive significant listings, especially due to temperature statewide, and then second, a decision to list at a scale that is going to pull in all waterways in a sub-basin when data points maybe only exist for one of those waterways. So we would really encourage the agency to prioritize revisiting both water quality standards and its approach to listing within the integrated report as we look toward next report cycles and updating our water quality standards. Because again, I think it is a disservice to all Oregonians to allow stories like this to be out there when our state has done such phenomenal work and our businesses in our state have done such phenomenal work to improve and protect water quality statewide. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, your Commission Assistant. The next person on our list is Kendra Karen Boxus.
Welcome.
Hi, well, thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Kendra Kimbaraskis. I live and farm in Scioto, Oregon on Thomas Creek. And I'm here to talk to you about the expansion of mega chicken operations in our community. Within a 12-mile radius of Scioto, impacting both the North and South Santiam rivers, there are 3 mega chicken operations planned, which will produce roughly 13 million birds per year and approximately 44 warehouse-type buildings that are 600 feet long and 50 feet wide. California-based Foster Farms is proposing to site these buildings on prime farmland virtually on top of our waterways, next to an elementary school, a child care and adult foster care, and a historic church. While one of these operations could have a major impact on the local environment, the cumulative impact of all 3 could be devastating to our area. As a farmer, I'm very concerned about stream health. My farm irrigates from Thomas Creek in the summer, and so we are not against farming. We have freshwater mussels, trout, and lamprey, and there are historic runs of remnant salmon and steelhead as well. But not far upstream, one of the proposed mega chicken operations would put 3.5 million birds in 16 600 by 50 foot buildings just a few hundred feet from a popular swimming hole. This facility will release stormwater and poultry dust that could impact water quality for decades to come. Current Oregon laws are not designated for a type of agriculture that is more likely heavy industrial activity than a farm. Current Oregon rules do not adequately protect our water, our air, our farmland from the impacts of industrial agriculture. There are virtually no laws to protect communities from the pollution that facilities of this magnitude will generate or the impacts from what could be an additional 9,000 semi-trucks on our roads per year. There is a groundswell of opposition to these operations in our community, and if you were to drive our country roads, you would see yard signs opposing the poultry operations next to candidate yard signs from all political persuasions. Opposition to these chicken factories is being led by farmers, ranchers, and loggers, and spans political divide. DEQ has the authority over at least 2 permits that these operations must acquire in order to operate: the CAFO permit administered jointly through ODA and DEQ, and the stormwater construction permit issued solely through DEQ. We are urging DEQ to deny these permits for the mega chicken operations proposed for the Scioto area. Further, industrial scale agriculture benefits from regulatory exemptions that were put in place to protect traditional agriculture. Our county governments have no authority over the siting of these operations on farmland, and there are virtually no mandatory setbacks for neighbors, schools, or waterways. Agriculture is exempt from air quality rules and has also largely been carved out of Oregon's greenhouse gas reduction strategies. Because of this, and because of the fact we are facing an unprecedented expansion of these facilities in our state, I am asking the commission to formally request that the governor use her executive authority to issue a moratorium on the permitting of new operations until an analysis of the impacts on communities and the environment can be completed and adequate protections put in place. And that is the end of my comments. I also want to just mention that Starla Becker-Tillinghast, who has her hand raised, is with 11 people in our community center in Scioto that do not have access to internet that also would like to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter in the list is Rick Hafele.
Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair George and Commissioners. Thank you. My name's Rick Hafele. I'm here to talk about the Lower Deschutes River. I retired from DEQ after working there for 22 years, and I was a manager of the statewide water monitoring program while I was there. I've also been on the board of the DRA for the past 10 years and have helped direct its monitoring program on the Deschutes. And I've also fished the Deschutes River for the last 40 years. I believe everyone here that talked about the Lower Deschutes is interested in the same thing, and that's to see a healthy Lower Deschutes River with healthy water quality and ecosystem, and also a successful reintroduction effort of anadromous fish. But unfortunately, I don't see that happening. Over the last 10 years, I've reviewed hundreds of pages, maybe thousands, of reports by DEQ, PGE, the DR, and the Deschutes River Alliance covering the Crooked River, Middle Deschutes, Metolius, Lake Billy Chinook, and the Lower Deschutes. And, you saw a lot of information today, but the very simple message, I think, is this, is that surface water that's released from Lake Billy Chinook by the tower is harmful to the Lower Deschutes River. Unfortunately, it's made water quality worse in a 303D listed stream. It's caused excessive growth of nuisance algae, negatively impacted aquatic invertebrate community, and triggered some increases in serious cell-mounted pathogens like Ceratodonova shasta. Now, this wasn't expected, but unintended consequences were anticipated in the 401 certification, with steps defined in it to make changes to operations if needed. You've seen data today that shows that reducing surface water from Lake Billy Chinook improves water quality in the lower Deschutes River. It's my professional opinion, after reviewing years of data and personally collecting samples from the river, that steps can be taken and should be taken now that can improve water quality without harming salmon reintroduction. And these steps do not require and are not dependent upon possible changes to aquatic life use designations. There are serious problems in the lower river, and I respectfully ask that you direct DEQ to implement the 401 certification as intended. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Rick.
And thank you, commissioners. Our next speaker is Liz Perkin.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dr. Liz Perkin, Northern Oregon Regional Coordinator for Native Fish Society. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the Deschutes River. Our main objective for the Deschutes River is to improve water quality to support abundant populations of wild native fish, both below and above the Pelton Round Butte complex. Currently, we're supporting restoration projects on Warm Springs tribal lands through the work of our river steward, Matt Mendez, in cooperation with the Tribal Habitat Office. In addition, we are exploring ways to improve riparian habitat on critical steelhead spawning tributaries in the lower river with the BLM and private landowners. Spring Chinook and summer steelhead populations in the Deschutes have been in decline for the past century, with a more precipitous decline over the past 5 years. It is clear action needs to be taken to revive these fish. It is not clear the role Deschutes water quality has played in their declines. That is the question that needs to be answered by ODFW. A common misconception we have heard is the belief that the selective water withdrawal tower and the fish reintroduction program are linked in such a way that if the reintroduction campaign is deemed a failure and abandoned, that the SWW will no longer be in use. This is a failure in communication about the purpose of the SWW. As a river ecologist with a strong emphasis in fish biology, I personally view this as an overemphasis on anadromous fish populations alone, rather than seeing fish as components of a river ecosystem. For years, river ecologists have published peer-reviewed research detailing the problems created by unseasonal cold water resulting from hypoliminetic releases at dam projects. The SWW was installed as an attempt to fix this problem in the Deschutes. However, it has had the unintended effect of releasing additional algae and nutrients into the lower river. This is a problem in all reservoirs, but is especially pronounced in Billy Chinook, given the location of the dam, unique geomorphology of the basin, and upstream nutrient inputs. We feel it is important that the water quality in the lower river be considered in context with the water quality and quantity in the upper Deschutes, Crooked, and Metolius rivers. A number of challenges exist in the Deschutes Basin that make this particularly difficult. Specifically, we are facing a decrease in water quantity throughout the basin due to climate change and increased water use. There are also the aforementioned excess nutrients entering the Billy Chinook Reservoir that lead to decreased water quality in the lower river. Despite these challenges, NFS does see a potential path for stakeholders and management agencies to come together and improve water quality throughout the basin. We would like to see more intensive monitoring and regulation of nutrient inputs, particularly in the Crooked River Basin. We would like to have discussions with PGE and other interested stakeholders about how different mixes from the SWW at Pelton Round Butte, within the limitations of the current FERC license, might possibly be used to improve water quality in the lower river. We would also like to investigate how stakeholders might work together to protect in-stream flows in the Metolius so that as much cold, clean water is entering Billy Chinook Reservoir as possible. There are some very real constraints to what can be done in the Deschutes River. There's a limited and shrinking supply of cold water. There are excess nutrient inputs. What is needed is a stakeholder process to prioritize objectives in the lower river, given the needs of spring Chinook, summer steelhead, and resident fish are quite different. We look forward to working with all of you to help improve the Deschutes for wild native fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter today is Mia Shepard.
Welcome.
Hello there. My name is Mia Shepard, and my husband and I are owner of Little Creek Outfitters, and we guide people for steelhead and trout. We are also anglers, and we live in Maupin. I'm here to express my concern regarding the degraded water quality I have witnessed on the lower Deschutes since 2010, that it is impacting our business, the fish, and the recreational fishery. Visitors come from all over the country to recreate and fish for steelhead and salmon on the lower Deschutes. A large percentage go with professional outfitters. Currently, there are about 36 fishing outfitters and a number of independent guides. Our businesses together generate millions of dollars each year to the state and local economy. But as the health of the lower river declines, fish lose and we lose. Since the installation of the tower, I see algae smothering aquatic life. The rocks are thick with slime. There are black snails covering river rocks where there was once plenty of caddis. Bass are abundant. Sorry. In the lower 10 miles, and high water temperatures are impacting steelhead. Please don't be misled by Michael Harrington's comment that the fisheries are good or the river is healthy. He does not make his living taking people fishing or seeing the river every day. It's not a coincidence that steelhead have been declining since the water tower was put in place, and it's not just ocean conditions. PG&E has struggled to meet standards, and DEQ accommodates them so that they can release higher nutrients into the lower river. How many more years will you allow PG&E to not meet water quality standards? When there are no more steelhead or spring chinook? The last 5 years, the average number of wild sockeye counted at the dam is 22 fish, and that number's on their website. The mixing tower is not restoring runs to the upper basin, and the project is not preservation or conservation. And all of this at the cost of losing another species, steelhead. Last year, we lost our steelhead season, and it could happen again. Megan Hill stated, reintroduction can take decades. Well, we don't have decades. Fish in the lower river need colder water. DEQ is not upholding the law, and the commission is allowing it. Do you want this to be your legacy, to see steelhead and salmon go extinct and the Deschutes ruined? The mixing tower is not working, and it's time to end the experiment. So when our daughter was 2 years old, she knew that fish needed water to survive, and she saw me catch a Deschutes steelhead and said, back. Now she is 14 years old and has spent her life on the river, and she understands that her favorite days wouldn't be possible without clean, cold river water where fish and wildlife can survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker today is Doug Quirk.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Doug Quirk, and good afternoon. I'm speaking to the Deschutes issue. And I'd like to call attention to important points from the historical record that I can't recall ever having been mentioned by anyone, not by DEQ or any other agency, not by the licensees, nobody. In particular, I'd like to highlight the roughly 2-year period between January of 2005 and January of 2007, during which the SWW was significantly redesigned due to PGE budgetary constraints. This redesign process took place after the issuance of the water quality certifications, after the issuance of the FERC EIS, and after the execution of the settlement agreement. The initial FERC license for the relicense project was issued in June of 2005, which was 6 months into this redesign process that I'm talking about. So the redesign process appears to have begun when Kevin Marshall of PGE informed the Fish Committee that the then current $87 million estimate for the SWW was a no-go for PGE, and that the design would continue to be modified until the cost of implementation could be brought down to $62 million. So it was the money that PGE was willing to put into the SWW was reduced by $25 million, or 28%, over 28%. This cost-cutting effort triggered a multi-year fish committee project redesign process that culminated in a license amendment application in January of 2007. And big picture-wise, as far as I can tell, the main difference redesign-wise is that prior to redesign, you had a two-phased approach that involved a temporary downstream passage facility followed by a permanent one. Early on in the process, there was a ranking of license compliance requirements based on how flexible they are considered to be, with 0 indicating the least flexible and 5 indicating the most flexible. And compliance with pre-2004 water quality standards was given a ranking of 2 on this scale. And when PGE heard about that, they stated that adjusting the design in accordance with new water quality criteria might be advantageous, but warned that the licensees would not be amenable to reopening the 401 certificate to accommodate such changes. And Julie Kyle from PGE stated that PGE's position has always been that 401 certificates do not change when water quality regulations change. Paul DeVito of DEQ expressed concern about the water quality effects of the proposed design changes. And I just want to cut to this one last quote that I think is really important with regard to water quality versus fish reintroduction. Kevin Marshall of PGE addressed that issue by saying, quote, "It is understood that water quality takes precedence over all other issues, so that operations in the future will be conducted to ensure water quality compliance is attained." Thank you.
And thank you. Our next speaker today is Bill Back. And I apologize, the ask to unmute prompt did not work the first time, so you may now begin, Bill.
Thank you very much. This is Bill Bakke. I want to draw your attention to water temperature in the Deschutes River. And one of the major problems that kind of goes unnoticed is the effect of the plume in the Columbia River. That was designated as a thermal refuge. And it's the last one on the Columbia River before you get to the Snake River. And the fish populations that are migrating up the Deschutes River are entering this plume from the Deschutes when the water is 64 degrees. 68 degrees is stressful on these fish. And that seems to be the standard for triggering when fishing will no longer be allowed in those plume areas. But anyway, the thing is that plume is extremely important, but yet the Deschutes River is flowing at 70 degrees or more during the summer. And it negates the value of that plume. In 2015, we lost 250,000 sockeye salmon coming up the Columbia River because of hot, low water. The flow conditions and the heat in the Columbia River are only going to increase with urgency. And I suggest also, with the discussion that's gone on so far today, that you need to also be planning about flow into the Deschutes River from upper basin, and also the availability of cool water for releases below the dam. Right now, I don't see any hope for actually improving conditions in the lower Deschutes River. Yet we have 3 viable steelhead populations in the tributary creeks, but we have a growing bass population in the stream. And they're also eating juvenile fry and smolts of these steelhead. It's important to take into consideration the flow, the temperature, and the impact of algae on the bottom that's suffocating aquatic insects, because the Deschutes River will not actually be able to be restored aside from ocean conditions in the Deschutes River itself unless these conditions are corrected. Thank you.
And thank you. Our next speaker today is Dale Feek.
Can you hear me, Stephanie?
Yes, Dale, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dale Feek, Chair of the Washington County Citizen Action Network, a coalition of grassroots advocates dedicated to improving the quality of life in Washington County by promoting healthy and sustainable communities, social and economic justice, and open and responsive government. I assume you, Vice Chair Barrasso, is now chairing this, and other commissioners. I sent to you through Stephanie Caldera an email related to my complimenting Chair Harrington of Washington County in establishing a program for Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement. And so I gave you a link to that and what they've done. And I referred back to a public comment I made to you about DEQ establishing the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator and the establishment of the Council of 14 people. That goes to open and responsive government and social and economic justice of WCCAN. So thank you both for your leadership, Director Whitman and commissioners and Catherine Harrington. TMDLs, I've been interested in this for a long time, trying to learn from Jennifer Weigel, going to the Blue Ribbon Committee and other water committees. I just want to make a comment about the Tualatin River Basin. It's not mentioned here, but it's something that has to be considered in these TMDLs, especially with water temperature and oxygen depletion, lowering of that. So just be aware that we in Washington County, the Tualatin River, need your help also. Chair Harrington has also initiated climate change and sustainability plan and hopefully be adopted within a week. So I'll be involved in that. And so again, I want to also compliment Governor Brown of choosing Commissioner Slusher as a commissioner on this committee. She brings a whole lot to this, bringing from a point of view of environmental issues. So I appreciate Governor Brown doing that. And I appreciate you, Commissioner Slusher, of serving. Last comment, I was impressed with Rick Halfley's, I don't know how to say his name. I try to listen and learn from other people. And that means I have 10 seconds on my watch. So a former DEQ water specialist, and his comment was 401 certification as intended. Seems like that might be very important. So please listen to what he had to say. He has a lot of experience with DEQ. 401 certification as intended. Thank you for your time.
And thank you today. Our next commenter in the list is Mike Eliason.
Yes, thank you. For the record, my name is Mike Eliason. I'm the General Counsel and Director of Government Affairs for Oregon Forest and Industries Council, a trade association representing large forest landowners and manufacturers in Oregon. I wanted to essentially raise two different concerns, both related to water quality on forest land. First, as you heard, the first commenter in the public comment today, Mary Ann Cooper from the Farm Bureau, I wish to associate OFIC with her comments about the entire Environmental Integrity Project report that recently came out and was cited in the Oregon Capitol Chronicle with an extremely misleading headline that Oregon has more miles of impaired waterways than any other state in the country. It really didn't take long to dig through that report to see really two different factors. One, as Mary Ann talked about, the way the assessment methodology is done in Oregon presents a very misleading perspective on how many, again, miles of impaired waterways Oregon has, as well as the fact that we think that Oregon has particularly conservative and in many cases unattainable water quality standards when compared to other states in the United States. And just for two examples, in the report, it cited 112,976 miles of impaired waterway in Oregon for aquatic life designated use, as compared to Washington with just barely over 5,000 miles, which goes again to show wildly different standards. 144,000 lake acres impaired in Oregon and somehow zero in Colorado. So it's really, the study was, sort of beyond poorly done and presents a very misleading perspective. We've had significant concerns with DEQ's revisions to its assessment unit framework, that was first adopted in the 2018 integrated report methodology, specifically the decision to utilize watershed scale assessment units for stream order 4 less streams. And that doesn't represent sound agency policy or standards for scientific rigor, in our opinion. And in order to be scientifically defensible, decisions to list water bodies as impaired must be based on water body specific data done on a watershed wide scale. And really quickly, we would also call your attention to CESARA funding, which is related to the Coastal Zone Management Act. We disagreed with the decision of EPA in 2014 to withhold grant funds to Oregon based on a number of factors. Recently, the Private Forest Accord passed in the Oregon legislature, which we think addresses each and every one of the issues cited by EPA. And we urge DEQ to re-engage with NOAA and EPA and restore funding for CESARA grant funding. Appreciate your time today. Thanks.
And thank you. Our next speaker is Forrest Foxworthy.
Good afternoon, Chair George and Commissioners. My name is Forrest Foxworthy. I am a longtime Oregon fishing guide. I've been working on the lower Deschutes since 1984, and I'm 62 years of age now, so I've been there for quite a while. Regarding the Deschutes, I believe somewhere close to 22 different state and federal agencies signed off on this project. They should all be ashamed of themselves for the way they have treated the lower river and looking the other way to concerns that we have been bringing to the table now for quite a while. No one told river users water withdrawal practices were going to alter aquatic bug life and create algae we never saw prior to the project. No one told river users the river would exceed 70 degrees numerous times in early summer, which was rare prior to the project. Which, by the way, also, you can't show me any science where those types of water temperatures are good for salmon, trout, and steelhead. No one told us we would have to implement 2 p.m. closures on our steelhead fisheries due to the water being so warm, which, by the way, wouldn't have happened if it wasn't coming off the top. No one told us water changes would allow bass and walleye to invade the river and be in numbers that were not fishable prior to the project. After the project, those numbers became way too many to be in the system. You can't use global warming as a scapegoat when it comes to that. These changes happened way too quickly after the project. DEQ should represent all people of the state and the Deschutes River, not just one large corporation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker in my list, commissioners, is Art Poulos.
Yes, thank you. My name is Art Poulos. I'm a farmer out in Scio, and I irrigate out of Thomas Creek. And I'm pretty concerned about the industrial sized chicken factories that are being proposed for our area. We're organic vegetable farmers, and we farm outdoors, and in the summer we're pretty much outdoors 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we're concerned that these factories, one of them which is going to be a mile away from our farm, have no air quality requirements that they need to uphold, and so they can operate without any concern. And in addition, the size of these operations, the one going up in Jordan is 575,000 square feet of covered space, make their threat to the environment even more worrying. A lot of these buildings where the chickens are housed don't have any impermeable layers, so the contaminants are able to seep into the groundwater and surface water. And it's pretty interesting that a lot of these industrial sized factories are placing themselves very close to rivers, because I guess they need the water. But for instance, if you have a look at the one that's placed up in Jordan, the operation is within a quarter mile of Thomas Creek. And that is just a disaster waiting to happen. These 3 chicken factories are probably going to, if not, will be 3 of the largest chicken factories in the whole nation. And I think that I hope the DEQ is not going to be complacent in their positions about making sure that you pursue all options to make sure that these chicken factories are not permitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker on the list today is Amy Hazel.
Hello, my name is Amy Hazel, and I live in Maupin, Oregon, on the Deschutes River, where my husband and I own a fly fishing retail store and a guide operation. I've been a guide on the Deschutes for 22 years. So about half of my time on the Deschutes was pre-tower and half of my time was post-tower. And I can tell you the differences in the fish and the fishing and the biology of the river are astounding. I used to take people out and fish dry flies. Now, for those of you who have ever gone fly fishing, that is the reason people go fly fishing, is to have a dry fly on the surface and watch a fish come up and eat it. We don't have that anymore on the Deschutes for the most part, because all of the rocks that are close to the edges of the river where the fish used to live and eat insects are smothered with algae. And those insects are no longer hatching in the abundance that they once did. And that is directly related to the tower. I've been keeping journals on my fishing on all of my guided trips for 22 years. Water temperatures are insanely higher than they ever were before. I found journals in '99 where I've got concerns because the river gets up to 65 degrees. Now it's regularly up to 70. And that 5 degrees is lethal to steelhead, to salmon, and it's horrible for the fishery. It's horrible for the trout. Black spot disease is not just a pimple on a fish. What we've done is we've taken a beautiful native fish, the rainbow trout, the red side that lives in the Deschutes, and they now have disease spots all over them. They're ugly. And you know where people are going to fish? They're going to Montana because they can dry fly fish in Montana. They can catch fish that aren't covered in disease in Montana. And we're losing a ton of visitors to Oregon because the Deschutes is now basically a cesspool, thanks to the tower. I'm also on the board of Deschutes River Alliance, and I have seen the data. I've been studying the data that comes from DEQ, the data that comes from PGE, and the data that we have also been gathering over the last 10 years. And it's very clear that this is all related to the tower. I really would like ODFW and PGE to stop using volitional passage when they're talking about the fish that are migrating above the project, because they're not migrating above the project volitionally. That means to go by your own free will. They're being trucked. And until the steelhead and salmon know how to drive trucks, they will not be volitionally passing around the project. So please stop using that word. I just wonder why the ODFW presentation by Mike had no numbers about the success of the reintroduction program. How successful is it? How many spring Chinook are we getting? We're basically seeing the extinction of spring Chinook on the Deschutes. And these are all problems related directly to the tower. I just want DEQ to enforce the 401 certs that they agreed to enforce. We need enforcement. That's all we're asking for. PGE agreed to these water quality standards, and all they've done is meet behind closed doors with DEQ to get water quality standards lowered because they can't meet the regular water quality standards.
Thank you.
That's my comment.
Thank you. Then the next commenter in our list is Greg Fitz.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you. My name is Greg Fitz. I'm commenting today on behalf of the membership of the Wild Steelhead Coalition. It's hard to overstate the importance of the Deschutes summer steelhead fishery to my members. They come from across the region and across the country to fish the lower river every year. And to put it bluntly, we're devastated by the state of crashing summer steelhead populations in the Deschutes Basin and the water quality changes to the lower river. And although we're focused on steelhead, we know they don't exist in a vacuum. And also we're deeply concerned about the health of the entire basin's fish populations, especially spring Chinook, sockeye salmon, native red side, and bull trout. And these declines are, as acknowledged, due to a lot of factors, but freshwater habitat, stream flow, and water quality issues in the upper and lower Deschutes are particularly complex. And we have heard incredibly good public comments today. And I really just want to use my time to amplify and reiterate the need for DEQ to more consistently enforce the existing state regulations and agreed upon standards governing water quality in the Deschutes, especially the lower Deschutes, around pH level, excessive nutrient loads, water temperature, and dissolved oxygen levels. It should go without saying that these standards are fundamental for river ecology and fishery health. And in turn, these standards drive and guide fishery management, fish recovery and reintroduction efforts, hydropower operations, habitat restorations for the entire basin. They are foundational. And cold, clean water is crucial to all river systems and only growing more precious because of climate change. The Deschutes is no exception, and we urge DEQ and the Commission to truly uphold the established and required water quality standards to ensure the basin-wide solutions for the Deschutes are in fact implemented at the scale and with the urgency required. This incredible river deserves nothing less. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. The next speaker in our list is Jackie Pribble. Oh, and I apologize, the ask to unmute button did not indicate the first time. So Jackie, you may proceed when you are ready.
My name is Stephen Pribble. Jackie's my wife. I'm actually on her computer today while we're on vacation in Galveston, Texas. Chair George, Vice Chair Brasso, Commissioners, and Director Whitman, thank you for the opportunity to offer these comments on the Deschutes River. As I stated earlier, my name is Stephen Pribble and I live in the Dalles, Oregon. I retired from ODFW after a 30-year career as a fish biologist. 23 of those years were spent working on the Deschutes River, starting in 1977. I've continued to fish on the river my whole life since that point. I'm also one of the founding members of the Deschutes River Alliance and continue to serve on their board of directors to this day. The ongoing and nearly continuous violations of pH, dissolved oxygen standards, and the drastically altered temperature regime is a direct result of the fish reintroduction effort and selective water withdrawal tower operations have had serious and well-documented negative effects to the ecology and the fishes of the lower Deschutes. In the interest of time, I will give you but one example. As a direct result of selective water withdrawal tower operations, wild spring Chinook in the Deschutes River have been driven to the very brink of extinction. This is caused by the large increase in nutrient inputs and increased water temperature from selective water withdrawal tower operation, causing a huge increase in the intermediate host of a fish disease organism called Serrata nova shasta. Research by OSU and ODFW has confirmed nearly 100% mortality in juvenile spring Chinook exposed to the Deschutes water because of sea shasta infection. Similarly, the mortality of wild adult spring Chinook swimming up the Deschutes has gotten so severe that the entire wild run has been taken out of the wild and placed into captivity some years in hopes of saving that population and maintaining their genetic material. Fish reintroduction has been a massive failure for 12 years. Water quality in the Deschutes and the reservoirs has been measurably harmed as evidenced by the ongoing violations in water quality standards. These two things, selective water withdrawal operation, were supposed to have improved water quality and fishery introduction, and neither has improved and neither will improve until the ongoing violations of water quality are corrected. Additionally, I have another issue to raise on regards to the March 22nd, 2022 briefing document, which briefly consisted of 16 to 22 pages, or 73%, were a public relations opinion piece from PGE giving their take on Deschutes water quality. No other opinions were offered, and I'm personally insulted by this, and I consider it to be lazy, unprofessional, and very disturbing behavior on the part of DEQ staff. Thank you for the opportunity to offer these comments.
And thank you. We have next in our speakers list today, Starla Becker-Tillinghast.
I'm done. Let's have here.
And I apologize if Starla Becker-Tillinghast should now be able to unmute themselves and present comment today.
Thank you. Hi, this is Starla Becker-Tillinghast. I'm in a room right now with 11 other people that would like to talk as well today. They don't have internet at home, so let me know at the end what we can do about that. I'm Starla Becker-Tillinghast. I come from a long line of farmers. I'm pro-farming. I oppose allowing chicken capitals here for the following reasons. Scrutiny of the plans for these sites is apparent that all three property holders are in on this. Two are local foster farms. The third is funded by private equity firm from out of state. All of them have the same engineer and excavator. They've discovered that unlike some of our neighboring states, our regulations are based on old data and we're vulnerable for this environmental insult. Two of the three are in FEMA floodplain. Three of the three have wetlands. Three of them border waterways. Our concerns regarding sites are pollution to water, air, soil, food, and human safety. Most notably air, besides the problem of feather dust emitting from their giant fans and noxious smell, which certainly would discourage tourism to the valley. Ammonia emissions are a known toxin to water and environment. Consider the recent case in Maryland where the state's capital permit was challenged as a failure to account for one of the industry's largest pollution streams, ammonia emissions. This case remedied in Maryland had what was known as legal fiction, where in light of new data available to researchers, traditional laws are inadequate to truly protect the environment. We worry about soil quality. Chicken manure creates a nutrient imbalance. Food and human safety. As of March 22 this year, over 7 million birds have been euthanized due to the avian flu. These dead birds are composted along with the manure. Entire barns of chickens are composted, and this goes into your garden or into local fields for fertilizer. Of note, there's a chicken poop loophole where other capitals, for instance, dairy farms, have more regulation on their manure than chicken farms. Again, old laws. These birds are fed low levels of antibiotics. They're developing antibiotic resistant bacteria. This can transmit to the environment. Our first site, JS Ranch, slated for 3.4 million birds a year. This is the most egregious. It's only 400 yards from Wiseman Island, an island on the North Santiam, so old and unique that the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife bought it to preserve it. Other entities have come to model their river restorations based on this. Wiseman Island and the JS Chicken Capo sit directly in the #1 position of compiled crucial habitat as listed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's also a flyway for migratory birds. Out-of-state money for evergreen is going to do damage and then take the money out of state. We're the grassy capital of the world, the covered bridge capital of the West. We do not want to be the chicken poop capital of anything. We implore you to ask Governor Brown to pause this permitting until we could be, we don't damage our environment at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for folks on the line who may be also in the room, we have two more individuals on our speakers list for public forum today. If you are available after the close of the meeting, we do have toll-free telephone lines we make available for these meetings and other instances. And after the close of this meeting, if you are available to stay on the line, I can explain in detail to you individually more about ways to better engage with our Environmental Quality Commission through non-internet access ways. We really appreciate your involvement today. So thank you. And with that, Commission, we have 2 more people in our speakers list. And the first of those 2 people is Julie Roush.
Hello, my name is Julie Roush, and I'm a resident of Marion County, a former resident of Lynn County. I am calling in today to comment on the high-density poultry operations that are being planned for Lynn and Marion County. I would like to just echo the comments that have already been made about the concerns for public health and environmental safety. And I would just like to point out that there have been recent studies by Johns Hopkins University in their environmental health and safety departments that showed that residential proximity to high-density poultry operations are associated with campylobacteriosis, infectious diarrhea, and community-acquired pneumonia in the residents who live nearby. The Jordan poultry operation that is planned is within half a mile of an elementary school, half a mile of a historical church. There are daycares and adult assisted living next door to this operation, and I believe that it is very concerning to the residents of this area, given the state of Oregon's current legislative laws regarding this type of operation. So I would like to ask the commission to, again, as everyone else has, contact the governor, see if there can a pause on the permitting can happen until a proper evaluation can happen, and we can ensure that our environment and the residential health of these communities is not negatively impacted. Thank you.
And thank you. Our last speaker in our list today, Vice Chair Barrasso and Commissioners, is Sarah Cloud, who may begin when ready.
Good afternoon. I really appreciate you taking some time today to discuss the issues facing the lower Deschutes River. I'm Sarah Cloud, Executive Director of the Deschutes River Alliance. The Deschutes River Alliance has a simple request. We want the EQC to ensure that the DEQ enforces all of the water quality standards that apply in the lower Deschutes River. We just want water quality laws of the state of Oregon and the provisions of the 401 cert to be enforced. The lower Deschutes River is not as healthy as it once was. We all know that. Since the tower was installed, we've seen increased algae, fewer insects. We have the science that shows that the river is being harmed. The lower Deschutes River is a special place. It's an internationally known destination for angling, rafting, and all kinds of outdoor pursuits. The poor conditions seen in the river have had an impact on the local economy. Fewer trips to the area trickle down to affect hotel rooms booked, meals served at restaurants, and so on. We at the Deschutes River Alliance believe firmly that we have a right to enjoy this valuable resource, not only for our generation, but for generations to come. We also believe very firmly that we have a duty to protect it. The state agency charged with the task of protecting this river is looking the other way as the river is being harmed. They are not enforcing the contract that was written via a very public process and agreed to by the processors or by the operators. Instead, they are allowing backroom deals to dictate how the river is being managed. This needs to change. The wild and scenic lower Deschutes River and the communities that rely on it deserve better. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Vice Chair Barrasso and Commissioners, we have received one additional person indicating their request to speak today. That next commenter has a display name of Gigi and can now begin when they are ready. And I apologize, my prompt to unmute may not have gone through the first time. You should be able to unmute yourself at your availability.
Hi, my name is Mitch Willis. I'm using my wife's computer, as did Steve Pribble. I began fishing on and floating on the Deschutes River in 1973, 48 years ago. Excuse me. At that time, if you could find grass on the shoreline, it was shorter than a putting green. Alder trees were a rare and endangered species. The river improved dramatically over my life until the selective water withdrawal tower was implemented. When that came in, the river became filled with algae. There are now Elodea thickets on the shoreline. The temperature and pH, as has been described previously, is out of this world. And I caught a bass 9 miles up the river, making what used to be a cold water fishery a warm water fishery. I would beg the DEQ to please enforce the laws that are in place. And I would also ask Mr. Harrington to please consider the things that are going downhill in the river. And maybe if you spend a day on the river, you would understand that. Thank you all for your time.
And thank you today for your comments. Vice Chair Barrasso, we have a previous commenter who has raised their hand. Seeing as we are over time, I do want to check in with you before acknowledging this commenter today.
I go ahead, I guess. I do know we are out of time, Stephanie. If we can, I don't know if you can follow up with the commenter in order to figure out whether we can get comments either submitted to us via email, but is that going to be something you can do?
And Vice Chair Barrasso, yes. What I would intend to do is after the close of this meeting is to speak off the meeting recording with Starla Becker-Tillingast and other individuals who may want to connect with the commission or find other ways to engage. So Vice Chair Barrasso, if I may, I would just like to perhaps ask Starla Becker-Tillingast, who does remain with their hand raised, to just check in about the content of their hand raising here, noting that we are beyond time for the commissioners today.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm just back again. We had gathered here to talk to you. We didn't realize you were out of time, but we did have 11 people here that all had something to say today. Is there room for one more?
Sure, go ahead, Starla.
Go ahead.
I want to thank, I got it, thank you. I want to thank you folks for letting us speak. I wish that you'd hear out the rest of our people here. This is an extremely, extremely important matter because we are under siege here in Lynn and Marion County. We have foster farms circling the wagons that are getting dangerously close to the North Santiam River and Thomas Creek. And if you've ever been in our neck of the woods, this is the most pristine, beautiful place we have here. We have very dangerous levels of algae also in our North Santiam River, where our steelhead and Chinook and cutthroat and all of our other species are suffering already. Now, if you add poison to poison, we are not going to have anything left out here. We have groundwater issues. We're all on well water, and they're going to take millions of gallons of water from our wells, which we cannot handle. We are all a farming community. We have grass seed, we have corn, we have all sorts of crops. and we need the water for. And we also need to be able to assure our wells won't run dry. Now, I don't think it's in anybody's interest other than the Foster Farms and the people that want to make a buck to put them within a quarter of a mile from Thomas Creek where Broken Dam is. Now, we're a recreation place. This is where everybody comes to swim, to put their boats in the water, to fish, to use their pontoons and raft. And we bring in a lot of revenue from the vintage car people, the motorcycle clubs, the bicyclists, and we have our covered bridges. Like we said, we're the covered bridge capital of the West. So what we need is for you not to take our little bit of income that we get from those places, because no one will want to live here. And we desperately are concerned about avian flu. 15 states right now are dealing with that. So we need you to please open your hearts and your minds and say, hey, Oregon, the reason it's so beautiful, we all want to live here, is because it's been naturally that way. If we start neglecting and allowing industry like that to come in, all that ammonia and nitrates get spewed out those fans, and everything it lands on, it kills, and it will get in our groundwater, ultimately into the North Santiam River, Thomas Creek. And so we need you to please pay attention, and let's not allow one major mega million chicken factory to enter our state, let alone 5. So please help us. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. And I know we will note that there are others there, that we will at least take note of that there are others there that are seeking comment. Just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Chair Barrasso. With that comment, that was the last hand raise we had for our public forum today.
Thank you, Stephanie. So with that, I know we're a little past time. Just want to appreciate everyone that came out and provided comments today, and just appreciate everything you shared. I know that Director Whitman in his follow-up director's report tomorrow usually addresses some of the comments and themes that have come up. So encourage folks to chime in tomorrow. And otherwise, I'll look for a motion from other commissioners to adjourn for the day.
This is Commissioner Kyle. I so move.
Do you have a second?
I second.
Okay. Unless there's anyone opposed, we'll go ahead and adjourn for the day, and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:15. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you, commissioners. This time we will now close the recording. The commission will reconvene tomorrow, April 7th at 9:15 a.m. for the regular meeting. I am now closing the recording for today's meeting.